sport and saying, my services are going to be exclusive to where I play, and they're not going to be offered to everyone else.
You're going to make Caitlin Clark somehow bigger by playing in NBA All-Star Weekend? I mean, I get why the NBA would want it. I don't know how it would serve Caitlin Clark.
I mean, let's be honest though. The WNBA one is not going to be as big as the NBA one. Like the eyeballs alone.
But Caitlin Clark is already a household name. I guess that's my point. Like
she doesn't need it.
Like with Sabrina Ionescu, it made sense, right? But with Caitlin Clark, she's one of the biggest stars in all the sports.
Lowe's knows how to help you save time and money, no matter the job. That's why we can deliver supplies to your job site as soon as same day, so you have more time to get the job done. Because when you need it fast, we've got you covered. Lowe's knows pros. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes, placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Michelle Smallman here for the Capital One Venture X card. If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, you can earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn all of your purchases into extraordinary travel. And you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book through Capital One Travel. Plus, you'll get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt Manning, the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Feel free to get involved on this program by texting in 314-399-9646. And, of course, watching the program at youtube.com/TMASTL. And 34 people, Doug, when I just went into the YouTube chat, were just waiting for us before we were there, and they love your vest.
Oh, do they really? I like this vest.
No, they don't. Nobody said anything yet, but I looked over and I thought, I like that vest.
Okay,
Kind of looks
thank
like
you.
a quilt that was cut in
Everything you see here is for sale, Tim.
Including you?
Well, we'll keep that our little secret.
I like.
Is it reversible?
Looks like it's got some plaid in there.
Wow, yeah. Because you could rock the plaid.
Yeah. I got what I want. I got my little vest.
Doug sent a notice to the group text at about, Martin, would you say 6:45? I don't know.
I saw it as a silver alert for the whole town.
That was missing.
He didn't know if he was going to get here in time. You run into problems on that 270 North.
Yeah, 270 North, about like between Big Bend and Doherty Ferry. I just sat there for quite a while, taillights as far as I could see ahead of me. I'm thinking, fellas, I'm not going to get there. And then all of a sudden, as soon as I hit send on that text, it clears up and I'm going 60 miles an hour. I don't know what happened. I didn't see anyone pulled over. I didn't see an accident. I just don't know.
Did you take the opportunity to re-listen to yesterday's program and think what you could do better today?
That's exactly what I did. I did some soul searching, and I hope to improve my performance.
Maybe it's AI. Maybe AI picked up on your text. You know how you Google here and it goes right to what we were talking about?
Right.
Maybe your phone text us went to every car that was near you and they just cleared a path.
It could be.
Get Vaughn to radio.
Isn't it puzzling, though, that you sit there in a parking lot and then 5 seconds later there's no problems anywhere? I mean, it's full speed ahead. What happens?
The number one spot where it happens constantly is going east on Highway 40 at McCausland. Every time.
Really
and then you get past Big Bend, there's a Bellevue exit, and then you and you just do a little bit of a hook there, and it opens right up. So cars just can't quite make that maneuver, I guess, every time. Don't they call it the McCausland slowdown?
Well, I think
they do.
Do you lose a lane in there?
No, I don't think so. It's right about where it becomes the Jack Buck Highway. And you see the sign because you're going so darn slow every single time. Worst highway, 270 or 40?
We'll take your calls.
I think 40 is probably worse.
And they love it in St. Louis.
I think so. I feel like 270 is getting heavier traffic than it once did because fewer people have to go downtown now. More people live out farther west.
There's a lot of 270.
Suck it, Doug.
Okay, sorry, ball game.
People that live south work north. So in the afternoon, that 270 south is the issue.
Always. Yeah, always.
But, Tim, they redid Highway 40. Remember when they shut it down? And you could they had a run on the highway. You could go for a jog. And all. They redid everything, and yet it kind of seems the same.
I would love a 30 for 30, for lack of a better term, into what happened there. There are theories that come into our text inbox as to what actually happened because 170 and 40 took steps backward if you're heading on the interchange and then going eastbound, and then 40 westbound at McCausland really wasn't tended to much either. And conspiracy theories abound throughout the St. Louis metropolitan area and in our Air Comfort Service text inbox. Conspiracy theories, Martin.
They fixed the overpass. Each one, it's a little dressed up now. It's got the name, Compton. You can read the name. It looks nicer.
I always thought that
feels
was
the same.
I thought that was a perfect opportunity to run Metrolink right down the median of Highway 40. If you really want to make Metrolink
like BART in the Bay Area.
Yeah, Chicago does that.
My town C.
That was your chance.
Well, we got that Rams money. We could perhaps use it for this.
Do you know we have the best fans in baseball in St. Louis?
Yes, I know that.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yep. Stingray Martin, friend of the program. Awesome. You're welcome to be a friend of the program. Call in 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. That chairman he's standing by. He'd love to talk to you. There's a little filtering process. It's a light vetting process, kind of like the TMA fan page on Facebook. And yesterday, Jackson, I brought it up Now that many 101 listeners who didn't even know this program existed for the last 21 years are familiarizing themselves with it, now they know to give their text inbox name. Jackson or Chairman Kurt will update it. And I see I'm looking at I still say about 60% only have names in there. They'll save it. But then there's also the TMA fan page on Facebook. And then there's a light vetting to make sure that you're not a bot or what Jackson calls one of the two, Doug, a Hoosier Trojan horse or a nesting body.
Okay. Yeah. The Trojan horse is damn near impossible to find out until the transformation happens, Martin,
are you following this?
Until they emerge from the Trojan horse. Because, again, it just looks like a normal person. The nesting body is a little easier to sniff out. And,
what exactly is a nesting body?
Thank you, Doug.
Yeah. So a nesting body is maybe somebody can't get on the fan page because of bad behavior in the past. Certain things, oftentimes from Meta/Facebook, kind of denied access. And so they'll usually a family member. They'll recruit a family member.
Someone else in the nest.
So that person who can't... No. Don't worry about nest yet.
Oh.
That person who can't get into the fan page becomes a parasite and needs a nesting body to be their...
Conduit?
Exactly.
Nice.
Into the fan page.
So someone in the nest is already on the fan page. And he is the body that this parasite...
It's an imposter. It's an imposter.
Kind of.
Using a family member.
Your nest, I feel like, is messing up. Like, the nesting body is the person who has no idea what the TMA is, but they have a clean Facebook account, essentially. Their documents are clean. Their ride isn't hot.
Oh.
And so...
What?
So why would you call it a nesting body?
Because it's like a parasite. A parasite needs a nesting body, Like if I had a
So why don't you
stomach
call him a
worm.
parasite?
Well, the person is the parasite.
I'm so confused.
Okay.
You're making this harder than it is.
When are you getting the chalkboard?
What chalkboard? The Griswold?
No, I want you to have a chalkboard so you can explain things behind us.
Like I'm Bill Nye. No, so sometimes that happens, and when you have an influx of requests into the fan page, you have to look out for nesting bodies. Trojan horses, that's a reactive thing. You have to get rid of them when they emerge. Nesting body, you try to sniff out beforehand.
Now, yesterday, in this process where there was an influx of 101 listeners, now this program's been on here for 3+ months, who weren't familiar with the show, they tried to join the TMA fan page. And there was a lady, which was automatically a red flag, candidly, Doug, wanting to get in. And she even gave a phone number because she wanted a FaceTime to prove that she was a lady.
Oh, really?
And I said to Jackson, take a look at this one. This is going to be an all-timer. Jackson, tell Doug what happened.
What happened?
I FaceTimed her.
And?
As soon as I popped up on the camera, as soon as they hit connecting and popped up, she goes, "Oh, Jackson." I go, "Oh my God, this lady really loves TMA."
And she was 24. She was home from Ole Miss, bi-curious as the day is long.
Oh.
And has, 200,000 subscribers on her OnlyFans and can't get enough of blues talk.
Yeah.
That's what did it? That's what reeled her in?
She really loves
24 at Old Miss. Is she in grad school or is she a little slow?
Doctorate.
That's Ole Miss, White Delta.
Yeah, she's enjoying her time. But she loves TMA. That's why she can't walk
Now, is
in
this
on the
true?
studies.
The 24 Old Miss part? Because now
That
you're
part was
going
true?
deep.
Jackson, nice. You're running a good bluff. You might take the pot
It's
down.
not true.
Well,
We don't know what to believe here.
Give or take.
Where are you going? You've got your coat on,
Now
pal.
I'm starting to be confused. I could have sworn you told me she was an older lady who was...
Yeah, she was older.
And when you say older, you mean how old?
That's
Come on now.
You
there's
know,
a-
over
like
30,
literally
Doug.
Probably so.
Older.
Over 30, under 100. So in that,
Again, Doug, White Delta.
White Delta.
It's
so
the 7
hard to-
o'clock.
I can't.
Just
Women's
to get
age
a
is tough.
straight answer.
I don't know how old she is, and if I guess and it's over, then I look like a jerk. I don't
Okay,
wanna
so
do
she
that.
was between 30 and 100.
Yeah, she was very kind. She obviously knew the show because as soon as I popped up, it said, she said, "Oh, Jackson, you'd have to be really well coached to be ready for something like that."
To be a nesting body?
Right, because
You ever
theoretically,
FaceTime with a nesting body,
I
Doug?
don't believe I have.
theoretically, like a parasite could have coached her up on like this, like showing her pictures of people and this, that, or the other. But I got a sense that she really loves TMA, and God bless her.
You just doffed your cap.
It's
To himself.
You have to, and now she's on the fan page, and she earned it.
Sometimes you got to tip your cap, even to yourself.
Well,
Are you
to her.
headed out, buddy? You
What?
got your coat. You look like you're about
I'm
to go get
cold.
some gas or
I'm
something.
They got a pea coat on. Look at you.
Yeah, not bad, right?
Oh, God, tip your cap again.
It's a big
It's a weird coat, though.
Thursday.
It's like meant for someone with a very narrow chest. Like I have no range of motion in my arms, but I'm a little chilly.
Doug, what does this mean?
Okay, what?
Because now we've been briefed on nesting bodies, parasites, and Jackson FaceTiming with older women.
Mm-hmm.
Sod got an unconditional waiver deal. Wonder if those are available for baby mamas? That's from Please Call Me Skidman.
Oh, I think they're saying he got out of his contract. Not sure why, because he had several million more coming to him. But he just was able to walk away, and I think this guy, as a baby mama somewhere, would like to walk away.
Got it. All right. Boy, everybody's speaking in metaphors this morning, Martin, and it's difficult to follow.
Like a player option with your baby mama?
I don't know if those are made available. An opt-out clause. I saw that happening yesterday afternoon, and I thought to myself, he's walking away. He's made $57 million. Mm-hmm. And listen, lovely, quite lovely.
Yeah, that's nice.
But $57 million, $4.5 million, that still counts. Now, he's going to be able to make the mortgage payment, probably get bottle service if he would like to get it.
There'll be no mortgage payment.
But
no mortgage payment.
But I guess he just wants to play ASAP, and he knew he wasn't going to play ASAP if people had to take that contract.
I guess. Maybe he's got all the money he ever could want or need.
Is 57.5 enough for you?
Yes. Yes, it would be.
Oh, you say would be. That's interesting.
And he's only like, 34 or so?
Younger.
I'm about to get paid in the Escalade.
Yeah.
Frank.
I bet his kid someday will wish he had hung on to that extra $6 million or so.
He's gambling on himself, Doug.
Yeah. Well, he's got some confidence. He must really believe he can play, and someone's going to want him. But will that
helped out the old note? That was sort of a win. Like when a player comes back that was injured, well, we've added on. It was a win for the Blues. They needed a win. Sauter, taking his unconditional release, chalked it up as a W, Doug.
Now, I'm not sure how it all works, but since he's walking away from this contract, does that mean some other team that picks him up won't have to pay him that same contract? They can start over?
That's what it sounds like, that he's a true free agent, where the contract, which he was under contract for next year, is no longer going to saddle anyone.
Well, what a great deal for the Blues.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. What a break. And that's why Please Call Me Skidman wants to see if those deals are out there for baby
mamas.
Right. Okay. Are these deals out there?
Baby mamas aren't usually the ones getting paid the extra $4 million, though, right? They might owe that much.
Yeah.
I heard LaRussa there just for a second.
I was just pondering things.
And that's how you ponder?
Yeah. I also looked up Albert Pujols' career earnings. You guys could probably guess.
Well, he signed $250 million with the Angels, and he had about a $100 million contract with the Cardinals. $350.
I'm going to go $390.
I'll say
Go ahead, Doug.
$391.
Ah, price is right.
$375.
Okay, so
I was really going to guess about $400.
Well, you've guessed like three numbers now.
Well,
what's your number, fella?
I'll say $400.
So now I have to look it up exactly because we're doing the Price is Right.
Well, it's very important. We're both showcase showdowns.
$346 million. 346. And the reason I looked it up last night, because he's managing down in the Dominican Republic. And I'm like, what are you doing down there? Obviously, he wants to be a manager. He's advanced to the Caribbean Series, but he made $346 million.
Now, how is that possible? The Angels signed him for $250, right? And he had $100 million with the Cardinals. That's already $350.
I'm looking at baseballreference.com, which I consider a Bible of baseball facts. I'll go to that. Is it Spotrac? Is the other one?
Spotrac, yeah. That's what it is.
But how do you pronounce it?
Spotrac?
Oh, I thought you pronounced it different than Martin did.
No.
Spotrac.
Okay, I apologize.
They've got all the numbers.
Yeah, they're really good
SPO track, Spotrac. Career earnings. Doesn't list gift cards, by the way. Just career earnings. Spotrac's got $341 million. So I agree with you, Doug. I thought he was over 100 here, plus the 250.
How about this? Did anybody read? I apologize. Were you?
No. I'm saying ballpark $350 million, and still managing in the Winter League.
Yeah. So I'm reading this morning on The Athletic. The title of the article would not give way to that they're going to talk about Albert Pujols, but this really is what they wind up talking about. It's written by Ken Rosenthal and Will Salmon, Doug.
Okay.
Not familiar with Will Salmon?
Tim Salmon?
Tim Salmon, yeah, pretty
Tim
good right
Salmon
fielder.
sure could be, but this name is spelled different. But either way, it's about why Albert Pujols is going to be a great player's manager. and goes into detail, writing, from Ted Williams to Frank Robinson, Ryan Sandberg to Paul Mound, the evidence is clear. Great players do not always make great managers. In some cases, but not all, Hall of Famers find it difficult to accept the shortcomings of players less talented than themselves. Albert Pujols, if he becomes a major league manager, seemingly will not have that problem. Quote, he understands how hard the game is, said catcher Martin Maldonado, who appeared in 10 games for Pujols. How do you pronounce the name? Leones del Escogido?
Close enough.
Thank you.
Yeah, I said it last night on TV, and I just kind of slurred it.
Complaint calls.
Chairman's our Spanish language expert.
Yeah, this is great.
Leones de Escondido. The G is an H sound.
Oh, my goodness.
Kind of like Barcelona?
That would be just for the Spain region. That
so I can't say it because I'm from Tam Avenue?
You can. I'll allow it, but
It's like Jose Olazabal.
Yes, Jose Maria Olazabal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Ibiza.
Yeah.
Took a pill in?
Yes, Mike Posner.
Posner? Is it Posner or Posner?
I don't care.
Pretty sure it's Posner.
I think Posner. Did he get bit by a snake?
Is that right?
Gerbil. Pujols knows that everyone is not like him. And also, Tommy Pham played for him this year. Do you know that?
No.
How about that?
Down there?
Yeah.
That guy will play anywhere.
That's what I was like. I'm like, oh, Martin Maldonado, okay. Tommy Pham's quoted. He's going to be a great players manager. He understands the grind players go through. When I joined the team, we were in a bad stretch of losses. We couldn't catch a break. He kept telling us the process is right. You guys are playing the game the right way. Just let us get in the playoff round robin because we have the best team. And sure enough, he was right. Escogido finished 24-25, losing 8 straight games at one point, but claimed the last of 4 playoff spots. Sounds like the Dominican League's on the same plan as Major League Baseball with the postseason requirements. It then won a 7-game series against the, Tigres del Licey. I'm sure that's how it's pronounced.
That was perfect.
German?
That was spot on.
Oh, was it?
Yep. The pronunciation is a
Tigers?
confused guy from the Midwest.
Okay.
In the final round to advance to the Caribbean Series, which begins Friday in Mexicali, Mexico. Escogido general manager Luis Rojas, the former New York Mets manager and current Yankees third base coach, said Pujols remained positive in difficult stretches, made full use of his roster, and excelled at handling players at different stages of their careers. He is dealing with all those profiles on a winter ball roster, which for me makes it a lot tougher than being a big league manager just because of all the variables you have. He did a really good job handling himself throughout it. Rojas went on to say he had a real feel for the game, and he's going to keep learning if he chooses to do this again next year. And this guy could be a big league manager. So, Doug, then that begs the question, inevitably, where many listeners' heads are going right now is, would he return to St. Louis as manager at some point?
I would wager to bet that, yes, he would definitely do that if given the chance.
Yeah, if he's doing this in the Dominican.
You could see where he would certainly have instant respect among all players. He's a very good communicator. He's very bright. Very good English as a second language for him. I think he'd be terrific.
Great. But did he call out any of his players publicly for not running hard in the first week of the season? Because that's what the legends do. That's from the 217.
And there were times he didn't run that hard either, so he probably wouldn't.
I always felt like that was kind of an agreement that he might have had with the skipper.
Could have been.
I felt like, he had the same thing.
He did accuse an opposing player in a game the other night of having an illegal bat, and they showed them chopping it into little pieces to see if it had been
Whitey
corked.
Herzog did with Howard Johnson. Doug, remember that? The Mets, 80s?
I remember when Sammy Sosa broke his bat and the cork actually popped out. Remember that video?
Yeah. You guys ever stay at Howard Johnson's?
You even in some Yola?
No, I've never been to one. I didn't know what the
Are they even
vibe
still
was.
open?
I don't know.
They used to have a lot of ice cream. Oh, they had a lot of different flavors.
That is Stuckey's. I never knew.
Yeah,
Does that more Yola?
I'm not endorsing these places. I don't even really know anything about them. I was asking you guys for the vibes.
Stuckey's was like a place on the highway, on the interstate. Where
I thought Howard Johnson's was
gas
pecan pie, little mini pecan pie.
Peanut brittle.
Ugh.
Saltwater taffy.
Dry peanut butter. Hard.
What was ironic is Howard Johnson's color scheme is a little bit like the Mets color scheme.
Wow.
And Howard Johnson played for the Mets.
Oh, that's right.
Think about that, Doug.
And a switch hitter, no less.
Wow. What are you thinking about?
I'm thinking about Howard Johnson. He was a good player, darn good player.
I think he was sitting on 99 RBIs, and Whitey hated him or the Mets so much he kept walking him with RBI chances so he couldn't get to 100. I need to look that one up.
Guys, what about that home run trot from the game Pools was managing? Bush League, embarrassing. It took over a minute. It was childish and immature. Yes, the player who hit the home run's bat went up, I think, about 3 or 4 stories in the toss. And I don't know if I'm really exaggerating.
Yeah, I think you're correct.
You saw it.
Yeah, it made Bautista look like a very respectful play.
I mean, that thing was 40 feet in the air. And then I couldn't tell if the video I was seeing was he had already arrived home, but no, he just was on the first baseline.
Well, they do play with a lot more flair in the Caribbean. They see it as an entertainment thing.
Yeah, people are dancing around on top of the dugout, and it's the top of the ninth.
It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, they make it more of a show than we do here.
It's worth fun. If you didn't see the home run and the pimp job, you need to go back and watch it. It's unbelievable how long it takes him to get. Like Scott Rowland was winning the 40-yard dash. He was embarrassed if he hit a home run. And this guy is like sending out invites, meet me at second base. I mean, it was unbelievable.
I think the rule of thumb is you can do whatever you want on a home run trot as long as you're constantly moving forward. Like, dance around all you want, but keep running. When you stop, that's when I think it gets a little bit too much.
83 Orioles you brought up the other day.
Yeah,
Disco Danny Ford. They called him Disco Danny Ford because he would dance when he went around the bases if he hit a home run.
As long as you're moving forward. Like, I think Tatis gets a little bit, like with the Euro step, same with Ozuna. Like, keep it moving, but do whatever you want, but let's keep it rolling.
I think I remember reading once where Chuck Connors, the guy who played the Rifleman, who also played for the Cubs, I think he hit a home run and slid into every base once on the way around. I seem to remember that story.
Oh, my God. Did he wear one in the ear on the next at bat?
I don't know.
Aaron in St. Chuck, and Doug, you know she has her nipples pierced.
I don't know.
Posted in the YouTube chat, says Doug looks so cute in his little vest. See, this vest is really gaining traction.
Maybe I'll wear one every day.
Yeah.
Different vest.
And that's a quilt that you turned into a vest?
I didn't do any sewing. I just bought the thing.
Oh, look at the flannel on the inside. I bet that's warm.
Oh, I got what I want here.
Yeah, this is nice. I think we all do.
Are you going to slap a TMA logo on there?
You're wearing the TMA logo today.
Thank you for noticing.
Looks great.
Enough about the vest.
Yeah, Doug's vest doesn't have any TMA logos on it. See, what do I have a TMA logo on.
Trying to
Jackson's got
support
his
the
hat,
brand.
Chairman Kurt, nothing. Nothing.
Sorry to steal the fashion spotlight from you.
TMASTLshop.com is where you can get yours. Mike Flanagan, he's a wizard on this merch. Plus the anyone but the Chiefs, which is gaining traction both with anger and support. Doug, they love it. They hate it. Ah, yes.
Yes, love.
That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube chat, where 122 friends have now gathered to talk it over, including Monty Kessler and, of course, Don Peepee. I mean, he's always there. He's omnipresent. Shibbity? You know Shibbity? Shibbity says he stayed in Howard Johnson in Columbia, Missouri for a month.
Well, they used to be very, very common, kind of like Holiday Inns were
People would
everywhere.
live there?
It was a hotel and
this
a
guy lived
restaurant
there.
with a restaurant next to it.
They were known for their ice cream, weren't they?
like 28 flavors or 32 flavors. It's always on the sign.
Moriola.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because Ferris Bueller, he got sick at 31 flavors, and that's what they were talking about in school. The next day.
Jennifer Grey.
Yeah.
For years, there was a Howard Johnson there on South Lindbergh, right by 44.
Yeah, Van's Tavern.
Is that where Sonic is now?
It's on the other side of the road from the patron saint of the Peach Fuzz mustache.
Yeah, there's a Chili's there now, I think.
Got it. Okay, I know where that is.
Aaron in St. Chuck. I just got my anyone but the Chiefs hoodie yesterday. So that material is now brushing up against the barbells. That's awesome.
We have anything in a vest?
Boy, you are a vest guy now.
Yeah. Just makes me feel macho.
Yeah.
Well,
I might go cut some wood when the show's over.
I like that. You're a lumberjack boy.
Is it for warmth or just for fashion?
Well, a little of both, I'd say.
All right. Doug looks hot. Watch on YouTube. Now more people are in there now. 136 people. Just 14 more guys go.
See the vest.
I got to see what's doing. Jackson's lead story in the dossier threw me off today, Martin. Gen Z workers keep getting fired. Here's why. And right before the show, I said, what's going on with this? And what's the answer to that?
Sometimes I throw placeholders in there. Just like, I don't know where I'm going to put this story, so I just put it somewhere.
But you put it in a lead block, and me, Doug, and Martin, as trained television professionals, go, we got a lead today. Right, what is this lead?
I know.
Good evening. Our top story tonight. Right. Gen Z workers keep getting fired.
Right. Yeah.
Jackson Burkett here to tell us why.
Why is it?
I don't know, but
God bless America! All right, let's go over to the weather desk. How are we looking tonight?
I have
Clickbait journalism.
I have the information, but I just put it there because that's where the most real estate was, and I should have moved it beforehand. That's on me.
And when were Gen Zers born? What's the cutoff there?
I feel like it's early to mid 90s through like 2001.
That's and then if after 2001, yeah, that is a narrow window for a generation.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe 90 to 2003 or 4, somewhere in there. I'm not sure.
So popular media used the mid to late 90s as starting both into the early 2010s as the ending. Okay, so early 90s up until the early 2010s.
Okay.
Is Gen Z. Is that right?
Yeah.
So they're 15 to 30 years old?
Yeah. Yep. I would say that's
so
right.
you're Gen Z.
Yes. Yes, I am.
So is this you kind of sending a message why Gen Z people keep getting fired?
No, I just thought it was some interesting kick around and to see if the listeners
in the lead.
Well,
in the A block, Doug, as we call it.
I have said that was a mistake on my part, but I'm curious if people out there, maybe employers out there, have experience with working with Gen Z, and if their experience is like negative or positive.
Here's the thing that I have observed, and that stuns me. And I am curious from an employer standpoint, and then I'm told this is commonplace, that people in their 20s, who I believe stereotypically we think of as being on their phones at all times, don't respond to texts. Or if they do, it's on a much more delayed pattern than people in their 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, and so on. And I'm told, yeah, that's just kind of the way it is. But yet they're on their phones, and for the life of me, I can't connect the dots. Jackson, you're 26. Can you explain this to me?
Man, I think being on your phone is like sometimes viewed as leisure and less as a tool. You know, like if I'm scrolling, doing something like that, that's like kind of a substitute for like reading a book or reading the newspaper from years gone by. So when something like that comes into their phone, yes, they're on their phone, but they're not on there to be communicating a lot, more so to attempt to connect with the world at large. That would be my only theory.
They're doing something else on their phone.
Right. But
like duck lips in the rearview mirror outside of a bar in Clayton?
Sure, why not? Yeah. But why necessarily they're not great at responding to text, I can't speak to, because I prioritize, like if something work-wise comes in, to respond as quickly as I can, just because I don't like things hanging over my head.
Oh, you don't.
No. 1995 and older are millennials. We do not associate with the Gen Z, lazy, entitled generation, pal.
Oh.
That's from Cloyd Bigsby.
Yeah, okay. Big of you.
There's some ambiguity even on Wikipedia. It says the media typically says late 90s as the starting birth year going into the early 2010s. Most popular is 97 to 2012. And you are 98?
That's right.
So you're right smack there with the Gen Z.
Yeah,
so what's the generation that was born 2012 into present day?
Youngsters.
They're called youngsters?
Mm-hmm. Hello, youngsters.
I can't remember. There's a word for it, but I can't. Maybe Zoomers, maybe. I can't remember it. Truly.
Millennials are the 81 to 96.
Right. Well, now that messes up the timeline of the Gen Z.
Well, either way, Doug, this is our lead.
But did we ever get to a reason why they keep getting fired?
So in this article, that's
not so motivated, perhaps.
Lack of motivation or initiative is 50% of the reasoning, Martin. Lack of professionalism, that ranks at 46. Poor communication skills, which Tim alluded to, at 39. Struggles with feedback at 38, and inadequate problem-solving abilities is the 34%.
Do you feel like this is an unfair label, Jackson?
I think anytime you're painting with a wide brush to a whole generation of people, yes. But I wouldn't be surprised if employers had younger, fresh out of college over the last 10 years and experienced similar things to this, yeah. But I would also be curious what people in the late 90s, when they were getting people who were coming out of college, felt about that workforce, too. I'm sure that they were also critical.
Yeah. Jackson is signaling why he could be fired for putting this terrible story in the lead. That's from St. Louis Custom Painting, LLC.
Yeah, I like to live dangerously.
My favorite part of the dossier is looking at that line, and it looks like one of the things you're supposed to click. Like,
right, that's what I did.
If it were an actual...
Well, it is.
But this is a dossier, a piece of paper.
You know.
Okay, but you're saying
you're
saying the actual computer form.
Right.
I could click.
See, I get the computer one, and I get to click on the links, and it's wonderful.
That's on me.
But I was like, how does this tie into our program? Yeah. And it turns out it was just a placeholder. And I still don't know what that means.
No.
I think it meant that the box for segment A1 was empty, and Jackson just needed something to fill it. That's what I think it means. Is that a good read?
It doesn't need to fill, but it had the most space for me to fill. I didn't want to. It's about composition.
If many of them are having trouble with the workforce, I suspect it's because of softer parenting, less discipline in schools, and less respect for authority.
That's Chuck Marlowe's theory. Don't blame these kids, these bad generations. Blame the parents who raised them.
I share Charlie Marlowe's theory on that.
Me too.
I've become a Charlie Marlowe lemming because now I'm on board with muting and also blaming the parents.
Yeah, they're too soft on kids now. Kids get away with anything. A lot of them. Not all of them.
But why do you think that is? Why do you think the parents are too soft?
I think it gets considerably more with each passing generation.
That I'm with you.
But why? Why?
I don't know. Life gets easier, I guess, as we move along through the years. It gets easier for everybody, so you can. It used to be people had 9 or 10 kids so they could all help out on the farm. Kids were out there farming when they were 5 years old. You'd be thrown in jail if you ask a 5-year-old now to do any manual labor.
I was bussing tables at 13 at Pietro's.
Yeah. You think one of your kids will be bussing tables at 13?
I would expect so.
Doubtful.
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 Who wants a roof over his head?
As the years go by, our whole society gets softer.
Our grandparents walked to school in the snow. I walked 10 miles in the snow, and now our kids are texting. Can you bring me Chick-fil-A for lunch?
They certainly had it rougher. Like, my parents lived through the Depression, and my dad fought in World War II, so he wasn't much interested in listening to any little whining that I had to do.
Right. And I think that's just the natural progression of humanity. As the world gets easier to live in, more comfortable, and I assume that the perception from the generation previous is these kids are softer.
Manupal Eligible is a college instructor and says definitely a number of exceptions, but I've encountered most of those characteristics teaching that generation on a college campus. Doug, that's Manupal Eligible.
Yeah. Friend of mine, a business owner, he said he'll have jobs available. Hardest thing is to get people to respond, to actually show interest in the job. Then he'll interview them, which maybe half of the people that say, I'll be there Friday at 2, only about half will show up.
What the hell?
For the actual interview. And he said, then when I offer them the job, many just turn it down. So you go through and this is a pretty good company, and you go through these stages. Nobody wants to apply. The ones who do set up the appointment, don't show up for the appointment, and the very small that show up for the appointment and then eventually get offered the job, don't call back, don't respond.
No.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Do your job. Show up.
Millennial employer here. It seems like the younger generation is less self-reliant and requires a lot more hands-on training and coaching instead of taking the initiative to get things done. That comes from Doug's fashionably warm nipples.
Well, we've got a whole generation that's grown up playing on the computer, playing video games, looking into a screen, and if you ask them to do something else, a lot of them probably aren't prepared to do that or not comfortable doing that. Just as my generation isn't very comfortable getting on a computer and doing a bunch of things, the opposite is true now of the much younger folks. They're very comfortable with a computer. Get them away from that, and not so much.
The lipstick lass, who we actually do know is a female, and I believe she's a teacher. She said, in schools right now, most infractions have absolutely no consequences, either at home or from school administration.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. You can get in brawls, fights, say anything to the teacher. They don't expel you anymore. Heaven forbid they do that. And if you call the parents will say, well, what did the teacher do wrong? Used to be whatever happened, it was your kid's fault. If you got in trouble at school, you were going to get in more trouble when you got home. Now you get in trouble in school, and there's a parent up there complaining about the teacher.
Get the principal fired.
Yeah.
Chairman, what was your experience with parents? I know you bartended for the families, but...
Chairman, for the record, a former teacher.
Yeah, I don't love to paint with an extremely broad brush either, but there was a lot of that, and one of the biggest problems I had in my school that I was in was... There was no accountability. There was no... My principal made it a point that he didn't want to be punitive for anything, and I think there's a lot of truth to what the lipstick glass is saying.
Lipstick glass says Doug is spot on. How about that? Doug, there's an alliance for me.
If you let the kids rule the roost at home, they're going to want to rule the roost their whole lives, wherever they go. If they've always gotten their way at home, and sassed off to their parents or the teacher or a police officer if they run into them, then that's all. They're not going to change just because they hit 21 years old.
And I agree with that premise. My question, and I realize we just might not have an answer to it, is why parents allow that and why, say, our parents did not allow that. I mean, I can still picture my dad's eyes opening wide if one of us would have said something, and then his face turning red, and then we're just running for our lives, Jack.
Well, there became
I got a little Danny DeVito Taxi in my head.
It was just considered bad form to ever seriously discipline your child, to spank them or something like that. You know, if you spanked a kid in public, heaven forbid, you'd hear from the Division of Child Services the next day.
And in the education industry right now, social emotional learning is a big buzzword. So there's a big emphasis on like thinking through what you did and how did that make little Johnny feel, and there's no consequences. They're trying to just process through this mentally, which isn't the worst thing in the world, but I also don't think there's anything wrong with some consequences for actions.
I'm the lipstick lass's brother-in-law, and I am a school administrator, and she needs to shut her mouth with that nonsense. That's from KG Seckman, second baseman. Boy, it's going to be awkward at Christmas dinner. But Lipstick Lass's brother-in-law is not happy with the Lipstick Lass who's aligned with Doug and Chairman Kurt. And also is apparently your second baseman.
He was.
You know this guy?
I do, yeah.
Oh, wow.
And he's in education, too.
And he doesn't want to punish any of the kids for anything they do?
I don't know his philosophies, but, you know, I think that's a big detriment to these kids growing up.
Good luck. If you don't have to face consequences for your action, you know, you're going to create a society full of hoodlums.
Gen Z here. It's 100% a parenting issue. A lot of kids my age and younger grew up getting everything they wanted because their parents didn't know how else to shut them up. It's just a severe lack of discipline. That's from the 618.
Yeah, that's what it is.
And I think some of the parenting decisions are based on just reducing your headaches. Okay, all right, go play that stupid video game. Just give me a break.
I'm too busy. Maybe 2 jobs to keep the mortgage payment going. I'm too busy.
Jackson, when you hear this, and I know you don't like the wide brush thing, and then you're 26 years old, what do you think when you hear this conversation? Be honest here.
Sure. My upbringing was not anything like what...
Your father was in administration, education.
He was a middle school principal. My mom...
He's a wonderful gentleman.
Yep.
Your mom's a wonderful person, too.
Yeah,
no BS. I'm not just saying this. That's the truth.
If you need a ride in the snow, call Jackie's dad.
Jeffrey B. will come get you.
Well, let's talk about just in general. What do you think?
In general, yeah, I get what people are saying. I do think it's because of, like, you know, people are like, well, you don't have discipline because you just let your kids watch TV or play video, because it's so accessible and so easy, and it does distract and focus them in and this, that, and the other. And yeah, I think that there are probably some disciplinary issues when it comes to that with schools, especially. Yeah, that was definitely the case where you'd see kids do stuff that was really bad, and they would definitely not get kicked out of school. But I think schools are in tough positions because people are sue happy, and the last thing a public school needs is a lawsuit on their hands, you know. And so if it's to the detriment of society as a whole down the road, that could be the case. But I think each case is so different, person by person. And I do think, to what Chairman Kerr was saying about discipline, that like just giving a kid a suspension is a band-aid. Like, yeah, they're going to feel that right in the way, but actually working through how to solve those problems pragmatically, I think could be a long-term solution. I just don't know if it's being done effectively, but I don't know, so I can't really speak on it.
Yeah, I always thought out-of-school suspension was the wrong route to go.
Why?
I think in a lot of cases that's kind of a reward for some of those kids.
I wondered that too, even when I was at
It's
St.
not a reward for the parents who's got to do something about it, maybe miss a day at work or something. And then that gets back down to the parents saying, you're not going to do this again because I have to be at work.
But depending on their age, you might just leave them at home and they're ordering pizza and watching The Price is Right.
Yeah.
I mean, not that I was ever suspended and did that. I heard Adam Carolla tell a story. He was in his kitchen and he said his daughter's friend is over and she roller skates through his kitchen by him, says, "What's up, Mr. C?" And he said, "You know what's changed? When I was a kid, I was scared bleepless of my friend's dad. Every dad." He goes, I would never do anything. He goes, now kids are roller skating in my kitchen.
Well, the parents were kind of in it together. If you misbehaved at somebody else's house, that other parent would get on you.
Yes, and you felt you had the authority.
Yeah.
Now you feel guilty if you start screaming at somebody else's kid.
Oh, yeah, you dare not do that.
I mostly keep my kids humble by driving them through Warson Woods once a year and letting them know what can happen if you don't try in life. That's from Mr. Licks. Doug, is that something that parents should do?
Probably not in Warson Woods. There are places you could make that drive and scare them a little bit. Warson Woods would not be one of those places.
I enjoy this text. What am I listening to here? The View? We've all got a coffee mug.
And I have to tell you, I don't know if we've had a topic getting more engagement in the 3 months we've been doing the show on 101. So, Jackson, guess what?
You win.
You had the right lead.
Yeah, I'm a little newsboy.
This was not a placeholder, fella.
Yeah.
This was a jumping off point.
God. Why does Jackson Burkett, Doug? He's got the C on his sweater.
It could be that he's built from management timber.
You want to be an executive, bro?
One day.
Wow.
Oh, God.
Remember this moment, Doug.
Of some sort. You know, I feel like I possess.
Robert Highland of broadcasting is with us right now here on 101 ESPN.
I don't know if it's leadership broadcast, something else. I feel like I possess some leadership qualities, but I'm just trying to, in my young age, I just want to be a sponge. I want to absorb as much information as wisdom as possible and use that later in life.
How about that?
I'll be there.
I was going to say, Tommy, look out. This guy's coming for you.
Gunning for you.
He's already announced it at age 20.
Yeah. You called your shot. 26 bills. Martin, he'll be 27 in March.
Yeah.
You get a March birthday. Same here, buddy.
Oh,
Part of
nice.
the Alliance. How about that?
Right here.
Yeah, Alliance has March
13th.
birthdays, Doug.
Oh, 17th.
Nice.
Get together on the 15th.
Plowboy's birthday is the 14th, March 14th.
This March is going to be big for us, Doug.
Yeah.
You can get involved on the program. Call in. Chairman Kurt monitoring the phone lines. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Email it for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. We always wrap up the program with it at 10:50. Two more email of the day competitions brought to you by Design Air for the month of January. If anybody other than Buck Swope wins today, we have history. The self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom becomes the first lady to ever win the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the month in the 21 years of this program. So this is maybe the biggest show we've ever done today.
I think so. Clear the parking lots for the news vehicles
That's
that are going to
exactly
come.
right. So 10:50. Buck Swope probably with the most significant email of his career. And the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom, I think, would like to make the putt on 18 to win, as opposed to did Scotty Scheffler four-jack in 2020?
I don't remember. I just don't.
Kind of had problems with some short putts, and then he still won. But I think the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom would like to win, to put the exclamation point on history. That's going to be fun.
It's like a battle of the sexes.
Yeah.
How is Ritalin not sponsored this show? Title sponsor, along with Brown.
Jackson's very transparent with his Adderall usage. Yeah. The last 2 days, I'll be sitting in the old TMA studio, HD2 land, and that's basically my office. And Jackson has left at 12:30, and I go, good for you, because he usually doesn't get out of here till like 5:30.
Yeah.
And I don't know what's going on. I'm happy for you.
Locked in. I'm locked in.
Have you upped the Adderall?
No, I just refuse to be distracted.
Look at this guy.
Really?
I can feel it too. I feel and I have to remind myself, nope, stay on task, stay on task. It's been a lifelong journey, but I think I'm finally maturing into someone who can lock in.
When you get off task, what are you doing? Are you Googling old NBA players and looking at videos? What are you doing?
Yeah, scrolling TikTok and Instagram, which is always that's just a death loop. Getting up to just walk around.
It's easier than ever to get distracted.
Boy, howdy.
Because we've got entertainment all around us.
I mean, yeah, the internet is one giant distraction while also being the most important tool for business. So it's a fine line.
There's
Cuts both ways.
TVs everywhere, there's computers, there's phones, everywhere you go, there's entertainment.
Doug, Sam is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning, Sam. Welcome to TMA on 101 ESPN YouTube channel, TMA STL.
Morning, guys. How's it going?
Hello, Sam. Oh, gosh, we're doing fine. You?
Doing pretty good. I'm a recent grad, and I think the real problem with the parents, sending their kids to school and not really trusting the teachers was just because Emily from Tri-Delt is teaching the kids, and Emily from Tri-Delt used to get up on top of the bars and shaking their booty.
Oh.
And I don't think most parents trust those folks anymore.
Huh? You knew this, Emily?
I didn't know that, Emily. I'm just kind of using a broader term for the type of people, if you know what I'm talking about.
Well, couldn't you say that about almost every profession, that people, when they were in college, did some crazy things that they may not necessarily bring to the workforce later in life?
Agree with you, but are those the people that are, teaching our youths?
Sam, you said recently graduated high school, college. How old?
College. I'm 25.
25. So you're saying the quality of the teacher. You're saying the parents don't trust their acumen.
I think so. But I think that the parents should look inward and say, you know, I was that person too. I think we need to do a little bit more trusting of our education system.
All right.
Well, Sam, I'm gonna push back a little bit on this because speaking from experience, it's not Emily, the recent graduated tri-delt, that is the problem. She's bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. She's good. It's Brenda, who's going through a divorce and is kind of hungover and popping Prozac. She's the problem.
Brenda, Doug, take a hit.
God, what was her sorority? Did she even get in one? She was probably an independent.
Yeah, staying over at Lathrop.
Mm-hmm. She tried starting her own, right?
Yeah, she did. Yeah, like Ben Runkle.
A couple people have accused Sam of being the porta potty guy.
Which you probably not all that familiar with, although we've played out. Sam, I do have to say, for the first time when we get these texts that somebody is the porta potty guy, you do actually sound like the porta potty guy. I have a responsibility to the audience to ask, are you the porta potty guy?
I am not, but I probably sound like that because I went to school in Kansas and I was indoctrinated into that, whatever the heck that accent is.
Yeah, that guy was.
Jay,
Are you just clean? Nobody really does any dirty business really in it, and so it didn't smell bad. I guess they'd pumped it, and the day before is a few inches of the fluid, the blue fluid, and I just put my feet in and my knees, and then I had a tent cover with me. I had just no shoes on or anything, and no shirt really. No. I got a small shirt that I stashed in there somewhere.
Sure.
And then I just kind of put the tent cover around my knees, and then because I kind of like pushed my legs forward, and then I kind of just like it was closed. The porta potty was closed, and I was in there, and then I opened the latch real quick, and then just kind of ducked in there, and I was actually inside it. A little bit of room to move around.
Sam, so for the record, that was not you.
Yeah, for the record, that was not me.
All right, Doug, there it is. I think that he was under oath, too.
Good to know.
Sam, thank you very much for the phone call. Emily from Tri-Delt and Brenda from Lathrop Dormitory, all taking shrapnel here on TMA.
Appreciate you guys. Have a good day.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you,
very professional, yeah.
He had his observations. We respect it. Very active. Air Comfort Service text inbox on the topic, and youtube.com/TMASTL, where 181 friends are gathered watching the program. youtube.com/TMASTL is where you can watch the show, check out our wonderful merchandise, and Doug's wonderful blue vest, which you can get at TMASTLshop.com. Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called The Morning After, and it airs on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel.
Good people can get into bad circumstances. It happens. That's why the Auto Loan Pro doesn't want to just sell you a car. They want to help get your life and your credit back on track. Little to no money down. They're going to work hard to get you the best rate possible. Anyone can sell you a car. It takes a pro to do it right. Making that large purchase with the finances can be complicated, especially if you had a hiccup along the way. The Auto Loan Pro is going to help you get back on track. Here's the deal. Go to the website, autoloanpro.com. They've got a playbook on there. You can download that playbook. It's free. It's going to explain to you the whole credit process, how it works, improve your credit along the way, in addition to working with over 50 lenders to help you get the very best financing. It's pretty simple. There's only one thing you need to know, and that is to choose the Auto Loan Pro. Autoloanpro.com is the website and learn more about the entire process. Get your credit back on track, get a new vehicle, get the best rate possible. Autoloanpro.com. They are part of the Lita family.
Your time is up, my time is now. But you can't see me, my time is now. It's a franchise, boy, I'm shining now. But you can't see me, my time is now. In case you forgot it fell off, I'm still hot, knock your shelf. Money stack fat, plus I can't turn the swell off. A franchise, big business, a living's a sort of manic. I witness, so you live in 10 days, Jack.
Does that count as music?
And I stay
Sure.
under you.
Stupid. If you play this and John Cena comes out, that building's going to be up for snatch grabs.
Yeah, you can't see him.
Okay, because the lyrics here are so inspiring. Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's similar to Jason Mott exiting the bullpen in October of 2011 to Marshall Mathers' Lose Yourself. Hello again, everybody.
Oh, hello. All right. I'm just come to grips with the fact there are some things I'll never understand, and that's one of them.
Ladies and gentlemen, some people don't understand what the Cardinals are doing this offseason, and one of the things that they're doing is nothing. But John Morosi had this on Nolan Arenado, who might be at our picnic table.
Refusing to take the field?
Take a listen to what John Morosi said on the MLB Network.
Based on some conversations I've had this week, the chances continue to increase that by the time the Cardinals arrive to spring training in Jupiter, Florida, Arenado will still be a member of the St. Louis Cardinals because of that number you see on the bottom of your screen. Owed $74 million over the next 3 seasons. And we ask ourselves, how many teams in baseball on the 29th of January have that kind of payroll capacity and flexibility to add a player who is candidly coming off of a down offensive year? And especially with Bregman still out there as a possibility for any number of teams. And I heard Robert mention the Yankees earlier, the Red Sox, the Tigers. All of these teams have been linked to Bregman at different points. The longer this thing goes without Bregman having resolution, I have a hard time finding Arenado a spot as to where he's going to land. I know I had been told at various points in the wintertime that the Mariners had some interest. I don't think things are trending in a direction toward a deal with them. They're still trying to free up some payroll, potentially by moving a starting pitcher. The Yankees, I don't believe, Robert and Harold, that there's anything hot there.
Doug, the increasing probability of Nolan Arenado sitting down with us at the picnic table in 11 days in Jupiter, Florida, as TMA returns to spring training for the first time in 5 years.
Well, I would say that is absolutely true as the days tick off, and we're, less than 2 weeks away now. Every day that goes by, the chances are greater that he's going to be there. And if he is, and if he plays the whole season with the Cardinals, is that really the worst thing in the world? They've got the money to pay him, I think, and he'd still be the best player they got. So if they can't find any trade partners, that's not the worst thing, is it?
If this were a video game, I would say that's the case. However, you're getting into the element of a guy who doesn't want to be on the team, a team who doesn't want the guy there, a team that's still trying to cut expenses that they view as, relatively speaking, is going to be or already is dead money, and also a position in the lineup that they want to fill with a young player to find out if he can actually perform at the major league level without feeling like he's going to get pulled because he's splitting time at second base. So when you factor those things in, that, I think, is the reason why both parties would love to find a trade partner ASAP.
Yeah, I think they would love to find a trade partner. I'm saying if they can't, I'm not sure it's the worst thing in the world. If he's that unhappy, maybe he goes out to try to prove that he does have value. Send me, there's going to be another team that's going to want me. If I'm back to my old form, it'll be a lot easier for them to move me somewhere where I want to be. If he mopes around and has another horrible year, he's stuck here forever.
God, it's awkward. I mean, it's really awkward because it's played out publicly, and the agent says he wants to go somewhere where they've got the throttle down. He wants to win, which indicates he doesn't think the Cardinals want to win. So
now, why does he?
Well, they've had a busy offseason. In terms of doing nothing, I would say they've done a lot, right?
Yeah, sick rotation.
Think
that
about
could be
it,
a
Jackson.
new marketing slogan.
In terms of doing nothing, they've done a lot.
Yeah, it's true.
I don't know what's going to happen here. I know he doesn't want to be here. I know they would agree with that.
Well, I mean,
they kind of are all on the same page. Once that Houston deal got nixed, I think everything just was up for grabs. And this whole Seattle, Detroit, the Mets, the Yankees, the topic has become tiresome. But I actually think that first week is more interesting.
Oh, I couldn't agree more with you.
If he is still in the mix, because every day Mo or Ollie, like, so is Arenado showing up? We've talked to Nolan, and I talked to his agent, and we're just going to give this a little time. Clearly he wanted to be traded, and that was our priority. But it didn't happen.
I don't know if he's down there as we speak, but I know he was down there recently playing in a member guest. So maybe he dropped by the complex to see what's doing.
Grab some things.
He might.
Yeah. Now, the Alex Bregman domino is the thing that is impacting this and the delay more than anything. I think if Bregman would have signed in December, I don't think Arenado's here. But what Morosi's saying, to be crystal clear, is, hey, you look at that number, it doesn't matter what Bregman's situation is. Teams aren't going to be apt to spend that, especially knowing that the Cardinals are trying to unload some money. Why would they take those dollars on? And now, development with Bregman, and this impacts the National League Central. The Athletic reporting, the Cubs are in on Alex Bregman. They had not been mentioned at all on Bregman. Opportunistic is the buzzword around the Cubs as the organization tries to be nimble in case a larger deal at the right price presents itself while continuing to add role players for the bench and the bullpen. Alex Bregman remains a free agent, and both Chicago and Houston have expressed interest in the all-star third baseman, according to sources briefed on those discussions. So the Cubs getting Alex Bregman could be good for the Cardinals, not necessarily in terms of winning, but in terms of Arenado moving on before the awkward Jupiter reunion. And if you thought the awkward Jupiter reunion was going to be this show, that will allow us to be in the shadows.
Well, he doesn't seem to me, I don't think he's a bad guy. I think he's just a frustrated guy who thought he was going to be on better teams. I can't see him dogging it if they don't make a trade. The opposite would be more like it, is he wants to show the rest of the baseball world that he's still got it and teams should want him.
So you're buying stock on Nolan Arenado as a Cardinal?
I'm saying if he's here, it's maybe not the worst thing in the world that he's here. Because, again, he'd still be the best player they got.
Playing out the string, if he were to keep progressing as he has over the last 2 years.
By progressing, you mean regressing?
Regressing. If his numbers look the same, like the graph is similar, he will have even less value at the deadline, and then even less value next offseason, and so on and so forth. And now you have a guy who you got to play him. You're paying him that much money. You got to play him. Look how that's going to stunt the maturity and the possibility of getting new, fresh blood in the infield.
Well, but other teams know that too. They figure in the fact that he might be regressing. You're not going to fool anybody with that.
Sure, and I think that's why part of the reason why you're having an issue moving him. And so I don't think it gets better by him being on the team. If things were now, if what you're saying, and he does pick it up, and he looks more like himself from 5 years ago, then he has a lot of value at the deadline, or more value at the deadline. But
he would. Well, obviously, it'd be much better if you could deal him and get something in return. But the reason they can't is because other teams fear that he's going to regress as well, and they're going to be stuck with this huge contract.
Right.
So it's up to him if he wants to be happier by playing somewhere else to prove that he's still got it.
Arbor Day still has it, one texter of the year in 2023 and 2024, and says, I know it's unlikely, but man, I hope he signs elsewhere and finally shares what Mo told him on that California visit. And I believe that was 2022, if I'm not mistaken, when he at least, they met in Orange County. Mazalek flew out there.
Right, in between the 22 and 23 season.
Yeah.
The stick around conversation. It's worth your investment in us. Stick around.
Jackson, you posed the question in the dossier, which is getting rave reviews after we questioned the Gen Z workers keep getting fired. Here's why. Let's time travel back to 2023. Doug, you good to time travel?
Yeah, sure. Let's do some traveling.
If the Cardinals were able to deal Arenado at the deadline and got young pitching talent and prospects back for him, how much better off do you think the team is, both from a baseball standpoint, from a messaging to fan standpoint, about the direction of the club? Now, if we go back to the July 2023, the idea of Nolan Arenado getting traded was so unpopular that the report that came from the Los Angeles Times was deemed to be false, fake news. One of truly, in my time doing radio and television in St. Louis, one of the more confusing sets of circumstances, certainly not one of the biggest stories, but just one of the more, I was just like, why wouldn't people believe this guy? Because it was so mind-blowing that Arenado would want to be traded. So the Cardinals in the short term, I think, would have caught a lot of hell from fans if they would have traded Nolan Arenado at the time. But I guess it goes without saying that considering where we are in nearly spring training 2025, that all parties would like to have that one back. But that's, of course, with knowing information on, you knew 2023 wasn't going anywhere at the deadline, but also 2024, both as a team and Arenado's regression.
Yeah.
So you don't, of course, have that information when you're making that decision in July 23.
For sure. But like, think about that now. Like, that would have been a prudent move on the front office when people look at it, especially with what was being theorized the Cardinals would get from the Dodgers. And that would give confidence to the fan base that the front office has some sort of handle. They're being proactive in some way.
Which is why, going back just in a general point that takes Arenado out of the conversation, I never get why an organization, but the Cardinals have really been guilty of this over the last decade, more so than I think many in baseball, of kind of like staying in the middle lane and not choosing a path. So for the life of me, I don't really get what the point is of having some of these veterans with big contracts, unless you just can't move them, and so you got to spin it into he wants to be here, on the roster this year if the whole goal is to give younger players opportunity. Right. Pick a lane. And at this point, by the way, as I think we talked a little bit about last week, the Cardinals are in a position, because they're in a division where the Cubs have a win projection of 86.5, yet they're even money favorites to win the division, that they aren't that far from competing in the National League Central, not because they're so great, but because the division is so weak. I cited that Albert Pujols article earlier on in the show where they were raving about his managerial skills. Well, also in that article, there is confusion as to what the Brewers, who have won 3 of the last 4 National League Central division titles, are doing this offseason. They've only acquired 2 randos, and they just let Wade Miley go to the Reds when Wade Miley was clear that he wanted to pitch for the Brewers again this year. And so they're going, what are the Brewers doing? Yeah. The Pirates are always screwing around in the corner by themselves, and God bless them. That's some people's kink, and we don't kink shame.
Nope, I do.
But
the Pirates are a kink?
Yeah.
And I kink shame.
Yeah, their kink is being berated by other baseball teams for the last 3 decades.
Yeah, big sub.
They love being just berated.
That's their kink. They love having a beautiful ballpark and welcoming people over to beat them. It's kind of like a guy in Ladue.
Yeah, exactly.
But in this particular case, this situation, the Cardinals aren't that far from being in the mix. So yes, if it does wind up somehow that they bond in Jupiter, having Nolan Arenado around and he's motivated, be wonderful, because it's not like there is a Dodgers or Braves or Phillies or Yankees or whoever you would cite in the division where you go, well, they can't possibly catch these guys.
Right. In a way, like if you had a sick team like that, it might be better for the overall health of the club because it would force their hand to more pick a lane. When the highest win total projection is 86, you're kind of never out of it.
But for the purpose of what the organization's mission statement was, it doesn't match up whatsoever. And, of course, they have done 0 this offseason. Your thoughts are welcome on the topic, youtube.com/TMASTL, and by calling in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. James Carlton, 410 5-star reviews, and they're not just stars. People post about their experiences. This one just 2 weeks ago, I received excellent services with Mr. James Carlton, State Farm team. When I called the office staff, they're so professional. They always answer my questions that I might have. I had to get my car towed. I called them, and they came right out to see about me. They took my car to the shop where I asked them to, and the wait wasn't long either. The man driving the tow truck was excellent, and I rate State Farm as a 10. That's James Carlton. I'm a client, and I've been a client for 6 years. Make the switch. You'll be so happy you did. They'll do all the paperwork for you. Go online at carltoninsurance.net or give them a call, 314-961-4800. That's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. According to multiple reports, the Las Vegas Raiders are re-signing Patrick Graham to be their defensive coordinator. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back to Morning After 101 ESPN. Bernie Federko going to join us in this segment. Blues back in action tomorrow night in Denver. Looking forward to getting Bernie's perspective on what has transpired over the last 48, 72 hours with the organization. And you're always welcome to get involved on said program by watching at youtube.com/TMASTL. And you can podcast anytime you want. Podcast throughout the day. Schaefer Door Company makes that possible. They're the sponsor of our podcast. And Dr. Brandon Pryor and 100 West Dental. At this point, long time TMA advertiser. Great to have 100 West Dental on board. And I would tell people this. I understand most people do not look forward to going to the dentist. Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team at 100 West Dental understand that, and that's why they have started to change the game. Number one, you walk in there and you go, this is a dentist's office? You'd never believe it. It's right off Manchester in Baldwin. And then on top of that, you go, okay, I got to call and set it up. No. Just go to 100westdental.com and you can schedule your appointment that easily. No dental insurance, no problem. The membership plan aids and the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. And if you're interested in Invisalign, you mention my name and you get $1,000 off. If you're not sure about Invisalign, they can run a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100westdental.com. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team on Manchester in Baldwin, 100westdental.com. Call 636-585-0100. Joining us right now to give us his perspective on what has been a busy last 3 days for the St. Louis Blues. Every Thursday he joins us, the Hall of Famer Bernie Federko with us. Good morning, Bernie.
Good morning, Tim. How are you?
Wonderful. How you doing?
Good. We're good, thanks.
This has been quite a couple of weeks because 2 weeks ago the Blues were riding the high of getting all 4 points from the Flames. Things were looking like they might be trending in a really positive direction. And that first period in Utah then began what was an unfortunate loss there. They come back and beat Vegas, but then the disappointing homestand, and then Doug Armstrong starts to make some changes, and then you have the sod development yesterday. So with that all said, looking at it from a big picture standpoint, and somebody who's been around the organization as long as you have, what do you think has taken place here with the team over the last couple of weeks that have put the Blues and Doug Armstrong in the spot that he makes the decisions he's made here over the last couple of days?
You know, Tim, I don't know if these were decisions that were just made because of the way they are in the standings right now. I think that when you look at the overall picture, I mean, Perunovic was not playing. I think that Leddy is skating now, and I think he's in a situation that, you know what, I think that he's giving, as you said, Perunovic a chance to play somewhere else. I mean, the Islanders needed some help, and Perunovic was really not going to fit in the line. But ever since Fowler's success in coming over here, I think that, he was in a situation that why not give Perunovic a chance to go somewhere else and prove that he can play in the NHL, because he's not going to be able to do it here. But I think that's kind of what happened in that one. Obviously, the Blues have not played well. I mean, they're a game below 500, but we keep talking. I mean, there's still plenty of hockey left, and especially when there's plenty of hockey left in the division. And I think that's where the Blues are going to have to play really, really good hockey. I mean, if they're going to get a playoff spot, and it's certainly not out of any question right now. I mean, they're 6 points out of a spot right now. It's not that they're 10 or 12 points out, but I mean, they can get into a situation where if they can put together a streak. We keep hoping that they're going to do that. Now, whether that's going to happen, I'm not sure. But if they put a little streak together, they can get back into a good position if they can challenge for a playoff spot. With Saad, I think that's another situation. Is that he's older. He's one of the older guys on the team. He's not played really, really well. And I think they've seen how he's played in the past, and I think they believe obviously that he's not maybe going to be to that level again. That they may as well let him go and let some of the younger kids, that a guy like Texier that they signed during the off season, traded for, and he's really has not been playing. He's been in and out of the lineup, as has Joseph been, and I think he said it well. With less people in the lineup now, the choices are limited, and that means Texier and Joseph, guys like that, get a chance to play. So I think it's just business as any other general manager would be looking at it.
I can understand why the Blues would want to move away from Saad. I can't really understand why Saad would want to say no thanks to almost $5.5 million that he was still owed to become a free agent. You think he'll get that somewhere else?
Well, Doug, I think the way it's structured, and I'm not 100% positive, but I think when you put on waivers, unconditional waivers, so that he's going to be bought out. No different than what Ryan Suter went through this last summer. I mean, he was bought out by the Dallas Stars. I think the buyout is 2/3 over to twice the length of the contract. So, I mean, if I'm reading that right, and I think I'm reading it right, is that Saad, he's owed the rest of the salary for this year and for next year. So now by being put on unconditional waivers and being released, he would still get 2/3 of his contract, and that'll be paid. He'll be paid over 2 years instead of 1 year, and then he can actually make a deal to go anywhere else he wants. I mean, he can actually sign with another team, and I think with the situation for the salary that he's in, I mean, I don't know if anybody wanted to pick him. I think what he's owed $4 million or whatever it is for next year. By being bought out now, he could sign a contract at league minimum like Ryan Suter did, and he could still latch onto another club. And the Blues would be off, wouldn't have to pay as much as the full salary for him for the next year and a half.
Bernie, you wore the C at one point for the Blues. I've talked about this with the leadership in the room. I've wondered if Shen's got enough people pulling in the same direction or maybe enough voices or help in the room. Tell me about playing the role of the captain. What do you do when the team's in the tank? And do you kind of look around and decide almost on your own, like who's with me and who's not?
Well, I think everybody's still with everybody, Martin. Shenner is one of those guys that, he's a great captain because he's what he did the other night. He dropped the gloves as soon as that goal happened early. He thought, hey, I got to right the ship real quickly. And obviously, fight's a fight, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And he's just proving what he's supposed to do. He's got to try to get everybody going, and everybody's got to bring it upon themselves to do the same thing. Now, with that being said, no one wants to lose. No one. You get paid to win, and when things aren't going well, I think it's not near as fun. I think that Holloway said it best. They got to get back to just trying to have some fun. When you're losing, it's not fun. You go to the rink. You're depressed. It's just practices or a drag. Everything just compounds, and it's just not fun. And I think what you have to do is you got to put that away. You're getting paid to play a game, and when it's fun, it's easier. When it's fun, you're winning usually, and I think that this team is capable of winning teams and beating lots of teams out there, and I think that's what that has to happen. I think they have to get it amongst themselves and said there's teams out there that it's not going to work if they don't beat them because they're better teams than us and other teams. And when you're better than somebody, you better darn well win. Otherwise, you're going to be out of a playoff spot. You're going to be, have an early summer. So no one really wants that. Everybody is you got to make the playoffs. That's the situation you're in. So I don't think there's anybody that does not want to be in that situation. And I think that Braden is still, the voice will be the same. And I think the voice in the locker room will be the same. But I think it's up to the younger guys now. They're the guys. They're the guys that are being built around. They've got to come up with better efforts, and they've got to do more things to make this team win.
Bernie, go ahead. I'm sorry.
When you watch them play here over the last week and a half or so, where they've lost 4 of the last 5, do you see it as a lack of effort and intensity, or is it just the execution's not there, the bad puck luck, or what is the problem?
Doug, it's more execution than anything. The effort is there. When you look at the games, if you look at the game against Dallas, Dallas got the lead after, and again, there was a power play goal. That's one of the issues the Blues are having a real trouble with special teams. They keep giving up, power play goals against them, and 5 or 6 straight now that they've given up a power play goal against them. The penalty kill has got to be better. But when you look at that game against Dallas, the Blues really controlled the second and third period. They just couldn't score. I mean, sometimes you're just not finishing, and they've got to be better with finishing. And I keep talking about getting the save at the right time and scoring a goal at the right time. And they're not scoring a goal at the right time by any means. I mean, you lose 2-0, you only score one goal in the next game. I mean, you got to score goals in this league, otherwise you're not going to win. And so, but the intensity I think has been good. I mean, they're playing the puck. I mean, I said it on the air the other night. I mean, I think they had the puck in the offensive zone 5 minutes more against Vancouver than Vancouver did. So yet they're not scoring goals. I mean, it comes down to that. It comes down to the timing of scoring the goals. And I think your better players, your best players, have to be the best players. And those are the guys that are on the power play. I mean, we even saw. I mean, Jim Montgomery had the fourth line out there, third line out there in the power play because he was just kind of almost fed up with the way that the top power play units are going. He's giving it a chance to somebody else to go out there and score some goals. But I think all in all, it's the best players on the team have got to be the best players, and especially when things are tough right now. This is when your core, your nucleus, those are the guys that have to come up big and start carrying this hockey club.
Bernie, what have you seen from Buchnevich? You watched the game closely. What's different for him this year? Do you think there's any pressure because of the big contract he signed? Well, what hasn't worked for him?
Well, everything seems to have not worked for him. I mean, when I watch him, I mean, he's a dynamic player. I mean, I've said it in the past. I mean, he's got his hockey sense is so good. I mean, he knows when to pass. He knows when to shoot it. I mean, he's got all the tools. And he's a big guy, too. And he's not afraid to use the size that he has. So, I mean, for whatever reason, I mean, Bucci's not playing the way he has played over the past 2 or 3 years now. And I don't know if it's the contract. I mean, you wouldn't think it would be the contract, but I mean, I don't know well enough from talking to him or from watching him whether or not the experiment putting him at center for the first 2 or 3 months, I don't know if that changed the way he played for a while, and maybe he has not got back to being the winger that he was before. But certainly when I watched, him and Robert Thomas together, they had that sixth sense. They knew where each other was, and this and that, and they've got to get back to doing that because they both obviously are not playing up to the standards that they believe, and I think the rest of the team believes, and whatever it is. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's confidence. I think is usually the biggest thing, biggest factor in playing well. Once you get on a roll and you start believing that things are going to bounce your way, then you start playing better, and then you get that confidence, and then it just keeps rolling and rolling, and it builds. And they have not found that yet, and I don't know what the reason is, unless there's something, a nagging injury in there that we don't know about, that none of us know about. Maybe there is something that's bothering Buch that whether there's an injury, I don't know, but certainly he's not playing up to the par that he has played in the past.
Blues will see what they can get going now on a trip that it starts tomorrow night in Denver. Blues and Avalanche pregame here on 101 ESPN. It's 7 p.m. puck drop at 8 p.m. every Thursday. Bernie Federko with us here on 101 ESPN. Bernie, always appreciate the time and enjoy the conversation. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Tim, and this is a big road trip. This really is a big one, the next 2 games.
Boy, yeah, I'm telling you, some really challenging opposition right out of the gate with the Avs. Bernie Federko with us here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. That's Bernie Federko with us here on TMA. For the record, just on a clarification point, in Saad's case, he was initially placed on unconditional waivers, but then the two sides mutually agreed to terminate his contract. Per Jeremy Rutherford, here you go, Doug, the Blues are off the hook now for that $5.4 million left on his deal. Mm-hmm. And according to Puckpedia, rid of his $4.5 million cap hit for the rest of his season and in 2025-2026. So rather than report to the minors, the 32-year-old veteran of 14 NHL seasons with career earnings of 57 plus millions, walking away from an amount that would equal 11% of his potential earnings had he played out the final year of his contract. So he's walking away from it. The Blues are off the hook.
That's what I understood.
He's walking away. Rutherford writes, it was a jaw dropper, but it probably shouldn't have been, considering Saad's a proud player who won 2 cups with the Blackhawks and a veteran of 906 games who has 260 goals and 515 points. It would be extremely difficult to return to the AHL for the first time since playing for the Rockford Ice Hogs in 2012-2013. Additionally, Saad and his wife welcomed their 3rd child in October. He would have been leaving them behind beginning Friday when Springfield plays in Iowa. And if not recalled by the Blues this season, he would have remained gone through the end of the regular season until April 19th. And with this move, with walking away from that monster sum of money, he now can be on an NHL roster by Friday. And JR lists a number of teams that could make sense, including Edmonton, the Leafs with Berube, VGK, Caps, and the Stars also have some injuries with their forwards. So there you go.
So it totally frees him up.
100%.
It's probably what he really wanted. The money's a little bit of a gamble, but he probably, if I'm going to be available to any other team, this has got me a little encumbered. Somebody texted, I don't think they were joking earlier, said, would Arenado consider that? $74 million, you can't. But isn't it an interesting thought? You really want out, let's just rip this baby up. Players Association probably wouldn't allow it. But where he could just now say, hey, guess what? I'm a free agent.
Boy, what a moment that would be.
Wouldn't that be?
Like that
I don't think anyone in their right mind would do that.
Because when the Saad thing came across yesterday, I was back in the TMA studio, and I immediately started texting with some people. I'm going, I just want to be clear. He's walking away from $5+ million. I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly because it's so, and yes, and I don't know how fans view it. Maybe it's not a large percentage view it one particular way. But even if you've made $57 million, $5 million still counts. I don't know when it doesn't count, but I mean, it's still material. Just think about whatever your, current situation is and take away 11% from that. I mean, that is guaranteed to you. So that is what the decision was. And it's a huge break for the Blues. It also speaks to their situation and the contracts that they have. The teams don't want any part of it. And now Saad is going to be able to go play for a prorated amount of the league's minimum, which is $775,000. I would be shocked if he's not on an NHL roster, but teams weren't going to pick up that deal for the remainder of this season and next year in that cap hit.
His agent may have told him that we can get you on another team. There's no reason to go back to the minor leagues. I could see how he's proud. He's been to the mountaintop twice with the Blackhawks. He's made more money than he can spend probably the rest of his life. And leaving a wife with a new baby to go play minor league hockey is just not in the cards for him at all.
I asked JR, I texted him and said, how often does this happen? And he said there was only 3 they could remember, but something prominent. Patrick Berglund walked away from $13 million when he left the Blues. I forgot that the number.
Mark McGuire walked away from a lot of money, too. Wasn't it $15 million that he said no thanks to?
When he faxed Rich Eisen that he was retiring.
That's exactly right. Your thoughts, welcome, 314-399-9646. You can call in. We'll go to the phone lines. Collier and Thompson phone lines coming up here on TMA. And email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. If anybody other than Buck Swope wins today, the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom becomes the first lady to ever win the TMA Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the month. And this is going to be something else at 10:50. Martin, are you going to stick around with that kind of history on the line?
I think I'm going to let Dan Marshall come in and kind of run the press conference.
That'd be smart.
It's kind of his deal.
That's his specialty. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to participate in the program so many different ways and watch the show where they're raving about Doug's vest in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. This is the morning after. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen here on 101 ESPN.
Well, it's a big day at TMA. We've announced who the Raiders defensive coordinator is. I think we took care of that during an update. Right?
Yep, that's right.
It's a big story that's gripping the nation.
It led to a lot of response, I will say, on the text
People
line.
mad?
I don't think they thought it was pertinent information.
Well, they complained about.
You didn't mention the Warriors' big win last night.
So this is what I'm saying: is they screamed at me relentlessly for the NBA updates. Now I'm giving NFL updates, which we all know is king.
This is a Patrick Graham town.
I thought
and
so.
And if he's retained as a defensive coordinator, that's big news here.
I feel like Jackson might be trolling the audience with his updates. Do you try and trigger the audience?
Not necessarily, but like what? Like there's not. There's nothing going on right now.
You're
like
fine.
what is there? Like
Blues
what is
play
there
tomorrow night?
Okay, but you want me to say that 4 times?
Huge road trip.
The middle of every hour.
Go to
People
Utah Sunday.
Yeah. Go to
John Cook is retired as volleyball coach at Nebraska. You tell me that's not front page?
So you'd rather that than P. Graham staying with the Raiders? That's kind of what I'm saying.
I'm saying I really don't
SGA
care.
had 52 points last night. I love to tell the people about it.
It's slow sports around here.
Weave in
for
a
sure.
little nesting body on the next update, perhaps.
Who is a nesting body? Like who in sports is a nesting body?
In the occasional
Get an
nesting
assignment for
body.
me. I'll
We have a weather update for you. It's about 42 degrees in the studio. Luckily, I've got my TMA hoodie.
Yeah, and it looks so sharp.
I'm going to bring more vests and start selling them when I get here.
I mean, people are buzzing about it. The YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. It is the morning after. You're welcome to participate with the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101, and get involved on said show. Bernie Federko with us earlier on the program. Miss anything, you have the 101 ESPN app, and then there's also a TMA STL app, and those are presented to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers is how you can always listen to anything here on 101 ESPN, and is the sponsor of the 2 different apps. Jackson, what is this story here? Chiefs owner's wife. So Clark Hunt's wife?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What's she done?
So Clark, I wanted to follow because it says Chiefs owner's wife. Okay, Clark Hunt's wife says God, not the refs, is why they are in the Super Bowl. Here we go. There are several reasons why NFL fans dislike the Kansas City Chiefs, and it's not just because people get tired of seeing the same team win all the time. There is the fact that the referees always seem to be giving the Chiefs breaks in game after game. There is also the consistently insufferable behavior of the quarterback's family. What's going on there? I mean, is that just Mahomes' brother on social media?
People don't like his wife.
It's true. Yeah.
I know that, but what does she do that
exists? Is
Doug, is that
people just need something to be upset about.
Doug nailed it.
She's convenient.
He's an outstanding player, and you have to bring people down a little bit because God forbid anybody's just really good at what they do, so they go after his wife.
But was she pro-Trump or something that got people worked
But
up?
they were mad at her way before that. Way before that.
What's the? I apologize.
She's like
for
a
kind
little
of being oblivious to it.
She's like a little intense, and so she's like always on social media, like post and stuff in the booth.
They don't think she should be so prominent.
They think that she's very look at me. Yeah. Right.
Get back in the kitchen, huh?
Right. Kind of, yeah.
It sounded like somebody from Southie in Boston. Like
it was kind of an impression of a Charlie impression.
And then there are the owners of the Chiefs, the Hunt family. Clark, Doug, how do you pronounce this? Is it Tavia?
Oh,
I thought it was Tavia.
Okay.
Let's go with that.
Gracie, Ava, and Noble? Okay.
I think Noble.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
I have to tell you, I'm reading this, and I'm learning all these things that are already being established in the article as being things that people are already well aware of.
Okay.
Are you guys well aware of all these things? I apologize
I'm aware he has a daughter who's extremely attractive.
You're talking about Clark Hunt.
Yes.
Yeah.
Isn't that who we're talking about?
Well, yeah, but we were also talking about Mahomes as well.
Okay.
I just wanted to just for clearing
Because
things.
Mahomes' daughter would be pretty young.
Right.
But Clark's daughter does a lot of videos too before the game, and I think they're religious in nature, aren't they?
Yes.
And that's what's got
And this is
people upset.
Gracie who does religious videos?
I'm not 100% positive. I'm not. I don't know. I don't know how religious. Why is everyone looking at me?
Well, it's pretty disappointing.
It's your link, bro. That's why. Clark, the beneficiary of being the grandson of oil tycoon and son of a man who at one point, along with his brothers, owned 1/3 of the world's silver market. Boy, I'm learning so much.
Nelson Bunker Hunt, right?
Oh, is that right?
Wasn't that his name?
Hell, I don't know.
I remember that. He tried to corner the entire silver market there for a while.
Check this out real quick. Silver and gold, silver and gold. Pearl Ives, Martin. Yeah, Pearl Ives. Tetley T.
Rudolph.
Yola. Yes.
Vehicle.
Yes. Rudolph vehicle.
That was his vehicle.
Has been running the Chiefs since his father's passing in 2006. Since then, the Chiefs have won the AFC West 11 times and appeared in 4 Super Bowls, winning 3. It's been a run of success that very few pro sports teams have ever seen, especially in the NFL. And according to Clark's wife, Tavia, a former Miss Kansas, it's all thanks not to the referees, but to God. Writing on Instagram after the Chiefs won the AFC Championship game, Tavia wrote, "I've said it before, I don't think God cares about football, but he cares deeply about people. In 2012, we were broken, winning only 2 games and facing an unimaginable tragedy. It was a humbling, desperate season, and we had nowhere to turn to but God. That brokenness brought us to total dependence on the one who holds it all. We began praying 1 Chronicles chapter 4, verse 10, and committing the team to the Lord. Shortly after, Clark hired Andy Reid, and God brought the Reids to Kansas City at just the right time." She continued to say, "By God's grace, we've had success, but it's not black magic or referee favoritism. Look at the stats on this. It's a lot of hard work, belief, and purpose. Patrick Mahomes leads with humility and puts God first. Marcellus Casey, our team chaplain, pours into players and their families through weekly Bible studies and prayer. Many of our players, Drew Tranquil, Harrison Butker, Chris Jones, Nick Bolton, Trey Smith, and more, openly share their faith, lifting each other up on and off the field." There it is. There is the story. I learned a lot of things there. Now we are what, about a week and a half removed from Notre Dame quarterback Riley Leonard saying that if you look at Notre Dame and Ohio State, they were the 2 teams who exhibited the most public faith, and that is why he believed they were in the championship game.
I guess if it works for them, certainly something's working in Kansas City. If they have that belief, and if that brings them together, I guess power to them.
Yeah, I don't really. This might be off my brand as what many have described as a godless pervert.
Yeah. That's just your family.
That's my. I was about to say that's my family. Actually, that's what when we do a seating chart at Thanksgiving.
Right. There's a little name tag. The godless pervert sits
exactly
here.
Right.
But you're at the main table.
No, but that's more of a height situation.
Cardboard table over the corner.
That's right.
Very awkward.
It's a leg room thing. But I'm just like, if somebody thinks that, then whatever. Sure. I mean, I don't really, Sure. From my standpoint, it's like if I sat here and said, "Yeah, I think we're on HD1 now because of Zeus." Fine. If somebody's offended, God bless them. I don't really care. So if that's what gets somebody going, it doesn't affect my life in any way.
They're the only ones in professional sports to say God chose our team. God got us to this point. You hear it all the time in professional sports. So to target...
What were the first words Kurt Warner said with Paul Tagliabue and Georgia Frontier 25 years ago today? Martin Kilcoyne.
First and foremost, I want to thank Mike Bush and Channel 5.
That's correct.
Is that right?
Then...
then he thanked Jesus.
That's right. And I remember then, 25 years ago, pre-social media engagement farmers, some people had a problem with that then. And again, I want to reiterate, godless pervert. But if that's what somebody's thing is, and I don't really care which deity they pray to, even though I realize that one might be more, quote, acceptable to other people, then whatever, to each their own. So I have to tell you, maybe this is off brand, but if that's what Tavia Hunt believes, that's great. I'm just more upset about the move to vote for Inglewood than anything. That's where I am. So that's where my issue with Clark Hunt comes from. But they can worship whatever God and think whatever they think. Fine by me.
People who are super successful will always have their critics in every walk of life. They always will, from people who are jealous somehow, trying to knock you down a peg. The Patriots were not liked at all when they were going on their run. The Yankees were hated when they were the dominant team in baseball. In any walk of life. Anyone makes it to the mountaintop, there's going to be people trying to knock them off.
Yeah. I think Mahomes is eminently likable, so it's hard for me to... I can't root against the Chiefs. I don't get mad when they have success. The only thing, and we've talked a lot about it, I don't want anybody telling me that this is your team. This is our team. That's my only issue with it here in town. If you love the Chiefs, good for you. Mahomes, no issue with him. Andy Reid seems like a likable guy. So there's a lot about them to like... I got annoyed or it wasn't even Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift's fault, but it was annoying. Like, it was exhausting how much Swift stuff we had. That certainly died down. I think even the networks figured out you can't keep overdoing that.
What's it going to be like when he proposes to her on the field in the red and yellow confetti in New Orleans?
I think that might happen if they win. It could happen at the parade.
I could see that. That'd be.
Yeah, you're totally against the proposal on the field.
I think that.
But you think the parade is live?
Yeah, parade. Even then, it's very look at me. Like, it then turns the attention all to Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift, and not to the team. And I don't think.
I see.
I don't think he would do that.
I think Travis Kelce, for whatever people want to say about him, like I think he's actually like a solid guy.
Yeah, so do I.
Very
people hate him too?
Yeah, of course.
Really? Is that right? What's going on? I'm learning so much.
I think overexposed.
Yeah, that's the same thing that they have with his brother too.
Heavy on the bro show.
Yeah. I think that goes on out there for sure. And I don't think it's people upset
look how
at
oblivious
them.
I am.
I don't think it's people necessarily upset at them. It's the overexposure thing to what Martin was talking about.
But if he were here, he'd be fun. He'd be lively and interesting, entertaining. You played that clip one day. It sounded to me like he was trying a little too hard to be a bro sometimes.
Sure.
And maybe they go in the studio and they're like, oh, we got to really go for it today. Or maybe it's a little...
I just think that's his personality. I think what you see like in post-game pressers or anything else is him like buttoning it up. I think he's very casual and down to earth.
Eric in the Central West End's not a fan. All right, now that I'm in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, I'm seeing it. Kelce is such a simp. Taylor will probably get on one knee and propose to him. Is he viewed as a simp?
I can't speak to that. I would be surprised. He plays tight end in the NFL. Pretty alpha job, like it's not like, I don't know if there's a lot of cuckolds in the tight end position.
Put that off.
I think Eric's types are just down on him.
Rule of life.
Well, it's tough to go over the middle. If I don't know. I'm just speaking. What's up, Chairman?
I just think Eric and such are just down on Travis. I think he's a great guy, not a cuck at all. I'm going to short the proposal at the...
Now, in fairness...
You're shorting the market.
At the parade, though.
Yeah,
probably so.
Someone who is a cuck is not necessarily a bad person.
No, it's not one and the same.
I just want to clear that up because we don't kink shame.
Maybe she'd save that for a concert or something.
Yeah, something where she's already the center of attention, not something where a team of not just the players but all the front office and coaches should be celebrated. Something like that would kind of take away the spotlight.
I think she's going to want something a little more intimate. I don't think the proposal is going to be for the world to see.
I don't know on that one. It seems like a miss PR-wise.
It probably doesn't help. Every Chiefs game, every commercial is Mahomes, Kelce, Andy Reid. I do think the fact that it's a team in the middle of America, it is kind of nice that it's not New York or L.A. that is the team right now in the NFL.
As we are talking, what is ESPN showing with Adam Schefter? And I don't know which McCourty that is. Devin, Jason?
That's one of them.
And
McCourty.
Thank you. And Harry Douglas are showing the Rams and Titans 25 years ago today. So I will pose this question, and I look forward to your answers. And I will do it here, but I want the answers in the text inbox, 314-399-9646. The YouTube chat, where friends have gathered to talk it over and watch the show, and really, I think, just kind of savor Doug's vest more than anything. Take your pick, because it's in the Post-Dispatch today. Benjamin Hockman wrote a column. He talked with Mike Jones since it's been 25 years. He's now 55. He was 30 when he made that play. I was able to do that math on the fly. Whether it be Jones's tackle, David Freese's home run, Pat Maroon's goal. Jackson loved Missouri's win over Utah State. Pick a moment from that 2 years ago.
I don't know.
Whatever it would be over the last 25 years, those are all euphoric moments. I can add some that might not get there. Molina's home run at Shea Stadium, Poole's home run off a lidge. I'm probably forgetting some others. Just from a pure physics standpoint, I'm still amazed that Jason Sehorn's jockstrap was able to be emblazoned at the 47-yard line when Steve Smith ran past him.
They don't wear jockstraps.
Ozuna's play at the wall.
That's also up there. But which one, when you think of it, brings you the most joy? I will gaze, Doug. I'm not just going to read. I will gaze at the YouTube chat and the text inbox to get the answer on that one, because it is 25 5 years ago today that the Rams beat the Titans and Mike Jones made the tackle. And they were reliving it on ESPN. I don't really know why, but they were.
So it is the question, your favorite moment?
Yeah.
Or like that
which one brought you the most
joy? That it just hit home like this was unbelievable. Like I'll never have a moment like this again.
And I think I'll just say this in advance, and I'm not trying to, because I don't really, I'll delve into it myself. Number one, oftentimes you'll have recency bias that can frame it, although all of these at this point are fairly distant. One, of course, way more distant. And for Jackson, you can't even remember it because you were 2, not 2 yet for that matter. But then also, I think when it comes to the Rams conversation, and Benjamin Hockman writes about this in the Post-Dispatch today, it's a difficult conversation because anytime you're thinking of that, you can't help but think about that Tuesday night in January 2016 when they left and all the crap that went on before that, for that matter. So I don't know if people hold it in the same esteem that they did, say, if we would have asked this question 15 years ago. Right. You know what I mean?
Sure. But it's funny people said about McGuire when all the steroid stuff came out. They said, well, I don't care because in that moment, it meant so much to me. It didn't change their opinion, so I don't know how.
So I'm anxious. That's why I'm anxious to see. Maybe we should do a Gallup poll on the Twitter tweets.
Well, you'd have to alert the Gallup organization to do that.
Chairman Kurtz in the Gallup organization. He's been in the Gallup family for generations. Right. Yeah,
he's Sergeant at Arms.
Sergeant at Arms in the Gallops. I don't know. I'm anxious to see what wins on it. So put your votes in. Text them in or YouTube chat 314-399-9646 YouTube.com/TMA-STL. Email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. Doug, the snow is starting to go. There's still piles of it. Heaps of ice.
It's amazing that there's still so much out there.
It says heaps of ice, but with the rain and the warmer temperatures, it's going to be, I think it's going to be gone by this time next week. We've got highs today, 51, tomorrow 51, Sunday 61. And then next week, highs in the mid-60s as well. So Design Air Heating and Cooling. Anytime you're dealing with issues with your HVAC system, work with Seth Goldcamp, the longest-running sponsor on this program. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Been with us for a decade. Can't say enough good things about the work that Design Air has done on my home and many of our listeners' homes. Anytime you run into an issue, go to designairservice.com. The results on our Gallup poll. The moment that brought you the most euphoria in St. Louis sports dating back to 2000, which would include Ricky Prohl's catch and Mike Jones' tackle, Freeze's home run, Freeze's triple, Maroon's goal, the Utah State game. I don't know. I discount that one. That's Jackson's thing. We'll have it for you. That's coming up. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
These eyes cry every night for you. These arms,
somebody just do a bump.
They long to hold you again. Boom, boom, boom. The hurting's on me.
Oh gosh.
Talk about the hurt. I'll never be hurt. No. Yeah. You gave a promise to me, yeah, and you broke it. You broke it, honey. These eyes are crying. These eyes have seen a lot of love, but they're never gonna see another one like I have with you. These eyes are crying. These eyes have seen a lot of love, but they're never gonna see another one.
But guess who?
That's Michael Cera from Superbad.
Super 2007? Am I right on that?
Superbad.
I don't know.
He gets stuck in a party with much of the cast of Freaks and Geeks, and they force him to sing a cappella. And that's what he sings. And they are doing a bunch of narcotics around him. And it's one of my favorite scenes in that
Guess who's
movie.
got a pretty good catalog?
That's the
band.
Got it.
These Eyes
is okay.
Was sung by the Guess Who, Randy Bachman. Doug was the lead singer. Randy
was he
Bachman.
really?
Had him on the radio once. He said, "Oh, Randy Bachman." He said, "It's actually Bachman." And I said, "But the band you were in was Bachman Turner Overdrive." He goes, "Yeah, they wanted us to just call it Bachman." But your name's back. I said, so everybody's got it wrong? All these used to say, pretty much.
Sounded like he was resigned to it.
He wasn't too worried about it.
Boy, they are mad at Jackson
Why?
for playing that.
That was so good. I was
Stop this BS! It's from the 314.
crying to someone else. I was told, let's get creative on the returns, and so that's what I did. I got creative. I love that acapella.
Expand, and you have.
Yeah.
You absolutely have. Ladies and gentlemen, this program is called The Morning After. Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. And Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt Manning, the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. About 10 minutes ago, ESPN with Adam Schefter, Harry Douglas, Devin McCourty, and Jason McCourty, we're still not sure, and Mike Greenberg. We're showing highlights of what took place 25 years ago today. Mike Jones' tackle on Kevin Dyson at the one in Atlanta as the Rams won Super Bowl 34, which then led to the question that we have, and we've put out a Gallup poll on the Twitter tweets, Chairman?
Yep.
And what is the Gallup poll, and where can people find it? TMASTL?
Yep, that's at TMASTL on Twitter. And the question is, which St. Louis sports moment over the last 25 years brought you the most joy? It only allowed for 4 choices.
Okay.
So we've got the Mike Jones Super Bowl tackle, the Freeze Game 6 home run, the Patty Maroon double OT goal, and then I included other and asked them to comment below.
Okay. Doug, before we go to the results of the Gallup poll and all of the texters here, 314-399-9646, and, of course, the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL, what is your answer?
Well, because the Isaac Bruce catch occurred when there was still a minute and a half or so left to play, and you couldn't be sure that that was the winner, I can't vote for that. I'm going to vote for the Freeze home run to win Game 6.
And that's because you were doing a live shot for KMOV in a parking lot behind Busch Stadium?
That's right. It's from what I heard, it was a really cool moment. I heard a real roar and it looked like the stadium was going to collapse. So it must have been cool. That would be it for me, because the game was over and you figured, well, they're going to win it all now here. And I think that was the moment for me.
Martin Kilcoyne.
The Edmonds homer, Game 6, I remember Busch Stadium shaking.
I do, too.
Feel the building
Yes.
literally shake, and I thought they better get a new building, which they did. But I actually think Edmonds coming into the studio and tackling you live on the air might have been a bigger moment.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. I mean, I was blindsided.
It really
was
was
Andy
something to
Katzenmoyer,
see.
Corby Jones, like.
It was something to see. He came flying in the studio, and he did. He tackled.
Yeah, and I'm a big guy.
Wrestled you right to the turf.
I think he essentially just knocked me out.
And he didn't go low. He went midsection. He just went boom.
Yeah.
Almost into the wall.
It wasn't targeting, though, was it?
Yeah, no targeting. Well, now they would call it targeting. Favorite game for me, always, when people ask, is that Game 7 at Shea Stadium, because of the different elements.
Yeah.
Scott Rowland had been benched. He and LaRussa are feuding. Then Rowland hits what would have been a huge home run. robbed by Andy Chavez, who's only out there because Cliff Floyd rolled his ankle, so it was just circumstance. And then Wainwright, the rookie, strikes out Beltran. So that game, and that was one where Shea was shaking.
Yeah.
So that's my favorite game. But I just think moment for me, emotional-wise, like, because you don't, after a while, you're not emotional. You don't cry when they lose, whatever team you're covering, which would be kind of a weird live shot if you were sobbing.
I bet it's happened.
But the Blues winning the Cup to me, just because of their DNA, and I guess I'm not picking off the list because that would be the maroon goal, which led to that. I just think the Blues winning, it's St. Louis's team through and through. That fan base had been through so much. Them winning the Cup is my favorite sports moment. And I think in that moment that night, I was like, this is the coolest thing.
Yeah, it's so tough to try to put myself back in each one. For real, as crazy as it kind of sounds, I do remember like falling to the ground on both Jones's tackle and Freeze's. Both Freeze's, the triple to me is actually the bigger one. Kind of crazy, and I've interviewed Freeze, and he said that too, because the difference there is if he makes an out, they lose the World Series. Not to say that they're free rolling when he hits the home run, but the game was tied. And if I'm not mistaken, it was a 3-1 count. He's got 2 strikes on him. He's battling a guy who was a great closer. And then to hit a ball that I think probably is a home run in more than 50% of the ballparks, goes over Nelson Cruz's head, speaks to the mismanagement of that World Series by Ron Washington, that he was even out there. Should have been Andy Chavez. But either way, then you go to the maroon goal, and I think the difference on that is with, in particular, the Stanley Cup playoffs and the intensity of even a game 1 of the first round, much less a game 7 with the expectations the team really did have. And it felt like to me, and maybe I'm wrong on this, we've seen before that team, if I'm not mistaken, 3 teams in our lifetime before the expansion run up to the Stanley Cup Finals. 86 Monday Night Miracle, 2001 against the Avs. They played well, but they lost 3 of the 4 in overtime. And then 2016, that was kind of a nothing against the Sharks. They didn't even get to the Western Conference Finals all that often, or Campbell Conference Finals as it was called. So you're on the verge of that. It's at home, but now it's double overtime. In a hockey win, unlike an at-bat in baseball where there's a little anticipation and a play in football, it's just like a bullet to the head. And so you go from a nothing to that rush of emotion. I mean, just watching that game was brutal. I don't know what you guys felt. I mean, you were probably covering. I was watching with my wife at home.
I remember in the building, it was eerily quiet.
Yeah,
because people were so nervous. And they would cut. This happened several times. People that were at the game will remember the Jumbotron. They would cut to John Hamm, whatever box he was sitting in, and he just kind of kept nodding, like, it's okay. It's like he was staying calm. Or it was weird. Like, they would all look at the jumper, we need somebody to calm us down.
And it was John Hamm.
He just kind of would, like, because he's the coolest guy in the building, and he just kind of looked down and started nodding, like, it's going to be okay. And I'm like, I don't know. Blues history tells me it's probably not going to end well. I kept thinking, what's the brutal loss going to look like, and will I cry on the air?
And I mean, and how about the fact that these 3 moments that we're talking about, Mike Jones, Missouri guy, Freeze, St. Louis guy, Lafayette, Pat Maroon, Oakville. I mean, what are the chances of all of those elements in it? I mean, it's tough to pick. It's like when people say pick your favorite child, or you hear musicians talk about pick your favorite song. They're just like, yeah, I mean, I can't do it. But I do think probably it would have to be you going from a strike away from losing a World Series to that triple, and that's, you know, and I know it's not fair because now I'm incorporating what happened in the 10th inning and then what happened in the bottom of the 11th, the home run, but I guess I would have to go with that. And I think most people, I feel like what I'm reading here in the text inbox, and I got to go in the YouTube chat, more people are picking, not necessarily the maroon goal so much, they just associate the maroon goal with the Blues winning the Cup, and for them that was like the mountaintop. And I don't know if the number one, if the Rams would still be here, and number 2, if Maroon's goal would have been in 2000 and Jones's tackle would have been in 2019, maybe that would color the results. I don't know. So that factors in the recency bias, and also the fact that the Rams aren't here and people just don't want to subscribe to it. And also people in their 20s just don't remember the Jones tackle, you know, and some in their 30s probably.
How about, you didn't even mention the Enos Slaughter dash around the bases to win the 46 World Series.
And the only reason I didn't is because the game was since 2000. But
otherwise, that's right up there.
At least gets an asterisk.
That's there.
I do think it's an unbelievable list of exciting moments for a fan base. They're not doing this in Buffalo. They're probably talking about what's your most painful Bills memory. What's the worst loss of your lifetime?
What's worse, Norwood's kick, Hull's goal.
Hull's goal. There's a lot of markets where I would think the list is much shorter in terms of great moments to pick from. I mean, Ozzy's home run, which predates 2000, the Jack Clark home run, somebody had texted that. I was in my car. Senior year in high school, Clark's homer against the Dodgers. I mean, the Cardinals alone have so many unbelievable October moments. You know, Matt Adams' home run was electric.
Yes.
I mean, there's a ton of these. Even Cold Wong had a walk-off. I mean, there's so many of these great moments that St. Louis fans have had. Maybe this city doesn't suck. I just stumbled into that.
No, we're better than Buffalo. We established that.
Okay.
How about that? Take
We're
that,
raucous
Martin.
Des Moines, and we're better than Buffalo.
Caller Ellen texting in. I'm so sad about the state of St. Louis sports and maybe St. Louis in general. We spend so much time talking about what happened decades ago because we have nothing to look forward to. Maybe it's the COVID talking, but I'm a little down. Doug, that's caller Ellen. She doesn't like that we're not looking forward to the Blues run through the Western Conference to a stunning chalice in 2025, or the Cardinals and Alec Burleson's MVP in 2025.
Ellen needs to pick herself up by the bootstraps.
I agree. Things are never as bad as they seem, nor are they as good.
That's what Gabe always says on his postgame shows.
It's the truest statement. Like, it's never, you're never really in the depths, and you're never really at the peak.
Well, I would say it's never really permanent.
That too.
They're down now, but it'll change. And when you're up, that changes too, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. What must go up must come down.
A year from now, great moments in St. Louis sports. We may be talking about the Arenado deal that got done right before spring training. That can be talked about.
Wow.
Yeah.
It could be.
Mets have nothing to hold their heads down for, except they didn't play that well, and they gave away this World Series.
Big hurt.
Yeah.
Other than that,
right now there's not much happening on the pro sports scene in St. Louis, but Billikens are pretty good. Missouri Tiger basketball is pretty good. Missouri Tiger football is pretty good.
Illinois basketball is damn good. Illinois football is damn good.
If you can get into that, that might help you a little
You guys
bit.
are kind of Mizzou geeks.
Yeah.
What's the greatest Mizzou basketball moment? Because they've never been.
Jackson keeps talking about this Utah State game, and I just don't get it.
I can't, like, the general history, like, I started really watching right about when my brother started going to Mizzou, which would have been like 06, 07. So my history bank is pretty weak. So I can talk to you about recent stuff in terms of best moments, but not of all time. Tim,
maybe Corey Tate beating Kansas.
I that one actually crossed my mind. I mean, yeah, like as far as like a buzzer beating, ridiculous, significant win. Are we missing an obvious one?
Well, I don't think a regular season win can like be in the same category as Pat Maroon's goal against the Stars or Freeze's home run.
I'm not putting in that category. I'm just curious for Mizzou.
Yeah, why are you dunking on Martin, Jackson?
I'm just saying.
No, I'm not.
Basketball geeks. Come on.
But I'm going to say something and then it's going to get ripped. So I wanted to put that out there before.
I mean, they've gotten to the Elite Eight a couple of different times.
Ashamed to beat.
But I'm trying to remember. Like, it wasn't.
They've lost on buzzer beaters. I don't think they've won on any of them.
DeAndre Golston, 2023 against Tennessee, sick moment. So take that, Doug.
Yeah.
Wow.
We're talking NCAA tournament.
Well, you talk about the tournament.
See, this isn't, but here, that was a prime example of life imitating art. I just said that they don't have the moments like that. And I mentioned one, and there it is. Yeah, I know what you're saying, Doug.
Guys, maybe Eric Piatkowski's miss at the final buzzer, the undefeated Big 8 season in 94. That's from the 314. How about that?
That's kind of thin.
Wow, going after the 314. What about Wesley Stokes' game-winning elbow jumper against SLU?
Yeah.
Big-time moment, Tim. That's from the life coach. The triple overtime win in the bragging rights game.
Yeah.
Keewan Garris missed free throws in
3 of them,
December?
I believe it was 3 of them.
In a row?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God.
Like with nobody in the lane.
I guess you weren't around for
the
that.
The game was over, right?
Oh, my God.
Or am I wrong about that? Was there a few seconds left and there was people? I seem to remember he's all alone there.
Yeah, we don't crowdsource, unfortunately.
That's nightmare fuel. Being alone at the free throw line with 3.
That's an opportunity, brother.
It is, but it's also terrifying because if you have the chance to ice and win or you miss them and lose, and there's nobody around you but 19,000 eyeballs on you, Oof. I still no excuse to miss.
When you could almost make that shot with your eyes closed in an empty gym.
It's the most consistent shot in all of sports. The most consistent thing in all of sports. When you're in 5th grade to playing in the NBA, the free throw is the exact same shot. 15 feet on the 10-foot rim.
But a layup would be the same shot too, wouldn't it?
Layups can be contested. Free throws cannot.
Okay.
It's the exact same from when you're playing in your church league to when you're playing at United Center.
Mm-hmm. And most of us get to play at the United Center. You guys have all been in the NBA, haven't you?
I had a cup of coffee with the Grizzlies.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
I participated in my very first MFF after the Mizzou-Oklahoma game in 2010. I'll never forget it. So for him, that's the best moment.
That would be the moment.
Yeah, I understand that, and I support it. Email in morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. Brown and Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of this program. We had Andy Crouppen in here on Tuesday. Always great to talk it over with Andy, his father, Terry, and Ed Herman on Tuesdays. They are online at brownandcrouppen.com, and they are local Jack. 1979, proud of the region, brand new office building down on the hill. And man, I was in that building a couple months ago talking it over with Andy and Terry and Ed, and it really is impressive, their investment in the area. It's Brown and Crouppen. If you are in a spot where you need Brown and Crouppen services, don't you want to make sure you have somebody who is local, somebody you feel like you know through this show? Well, that's Brown and Crouppen. That's Terry Crouppen. That's Andy Crouppen. That's Ed Herman. Online at brownandcrouppen.com, 314-222-2222. Brown and Crouppen. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is called TMA. This is 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Pacers defeat the Pistons last night, 133-119. However, Isaiah Stewart, a.k.a. Beef Stew, was ejected for decking Thomas Bryant while battling for a rebound. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
For heaven's sake.
No. It's beautiful. Unfortunately, the lyrics didn't match up with the music, but don't let that disturb you. Just enjoy the melody.
He said he couldn't hear the music while he was laying down the voice track.
Yeah, it happens, though.
It happened on this recording.
Doug Jackson is going to be so activated by this. I saw this last week, and I was thinking of you, but since it involved the Blues, I figured you probably weren't aware of it. But here it is in our dossier.
Yeah.
In the Marcan Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. The Blues are running a tournament of their sweaters. Doug, have you seen this?
A tournament of sweaters. I have not seen it, no.
Martin, have you seen this?
I have not.
Okay. We started with 16 sweaters and only 2 remain. Which will you pick as the ultimate Blues jersey? The final round of voting is now live. It's at stlouisblues.com. I'm reading that from the Blues Twitter account. Doug, they gave in the first round of this tournament, they gave what oftentimes are known as the clown uniforms.
Right.
With the red.
Sure.
They played each other in the first round were vanquished in the Elite Eight by the white sweater that the best way I can describe it to the audience, because, Doug, this is a visual medium. Radio has always been known as a visual medium.
Mm-hmm.
The sweater that you can picture Alex Pietrangelo hoisting the chalice, that got to the Final Four, defeating the clown jersey.
Okay.
Do you agree with that?
Yes. I don't like the clown jersey.
Is the Winter Classic in play here? The powder?
The Winter Classic is in play.
Mm-hmm.
Like a 3 seed, 2 seed?
Are you talking about the recent?
No, the one they rolled out in 2017. Hitch's hat
correct.
that day at Busch.
That is in the championship game against the one that I think Jackson likes the most, right?
By far.
Wow.
By far.
And how would you describe this to the audience? As a uniform connoisseur and a guy who has a Twitter account that does uniform takes?
I can, yeah. It wasn't called. It's a Navy jersey.
It wasn't a yes or no. It was an I can. It was an odd answer.
Well, when called to action, like, hey, Jackson, what's your thoughts on this? Then I come out.
I think some of your wiring's off.
I'm aware.
No, I mean, I love you. I just...
Sure. No, it seems
some
like
of the syntax doesn't connect or something.
Is that right?
Yeah, in a good way.
All right.
It works for you. It's your brand.
I'll take it. So the sweater in question is a navy sweater, and then in the middle, right in the chest region, there's a crest, a circular crest. You have the Blues logo dead center, and then inside the crest, but around the Blues logo, is the arch. And I think that is an outstanding uniform. I think the navy is a more aesthetically pleasing shade of blue. I like the white accents, especially on the back, the white letters and numbers on the back for the names and numbers. I think that looks outstanding. I love the inclusion of the arch in it while still utilizing the awesome Blues logo. I'm a huge fan.
Where am I finding this? I need the
St.
visual.
Louis Blues on Twitter.
Yep.
Blues on Twitter.
Here it is, Morgan.
Okay, I need to.
So it's down. The final two are the light blue that they wore when the franchise first came into being, and this dark blue that you're describing now.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that is the finals.
Is this a distraction concept by them to take away from...
This would be when Joe Strauss, if he were still around, would call it a balloon party?
This would be the balloon party. Charlie and I said they adopted the dog when the Blues were bad, and everything was about the dog. Remember that they would have
Barkley.
a lot of tweets about the dog, like, never mind the fact we just lost to Calgary 5-0. Here's what the dog's doing today.
The official title of the jerseys are the 2017 Winter Classic jersey versus the 2008 through 2016 alternate jersey. That is what they're titled where you go to vote on the Blues website. I got to be honest, I enjoy them both. I think I would go with the Navy one. I think that's the one that I would go with.
Well, you guys are crack whores. The better jersey is the lighter blue.
Yes.
Because...
Why do you agree with that?
The lighter blue makes them look different than every other team in the sport.
It's a nice take.
It's what they wore originally. It kind of blends the old and the new. I think that's a great look. They look distinctive. No one else is wearing anything that looks like it.
So that's kind of like why you like the pink that City wears.
I don't care. Well, I've come to accept the pink.
But when you're not on board, you just accept it.
I didn't like it originally, but now the more I see it, I guess I'm okay with it.
But we're crack whores because we picked a different jersey?
That's right.
Gordon Walden balloon party is on its way.
I noticed this particular jersey, the lighter blue, was on both sides of the bracket. The same jersey is on the left and the right side of the bracket.
Oh, yeah.
Stacking the deck.
There might be a slight difference. Like that might be the original one, and then the one that's in the finals is the one they wore in the Winter Classic, which might have a slight variation, but I see what you're coming. I see what you're saying.
I'm looking closely on the one that's in the championship. It looks like there may be a Winter Classic patch on the right shoulder, Doug, whereas on the other side it's patchless.
Okay, that's not much of a difference.
Since this is a visual medium, I'm going to hold up my phone. What about that white jersey?
That's the one Petrangelo was wearing when he held up the chalice, right?
There's a white jersey with the blue note.
A lot of people in the comments not happy that didn't get there.
It ran into the traditional blue jersey. That's why it lost in the
that was a tough matchup there at West Weegan. Jackson taking a lot of hell. The committee does it all the time, too. Jackson taking a lot of hell for his opinion.
Is that right?
I'm casting a spell of blindness on Jackson so that we never have to hear another stupid discussion on his fashion opinions. That's from the 636.
Must be blind?
The recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. This pale twink has no credibility here. He has too many lady boyfriends that I enter. That's from the recovering.
Gosh.
I think that's in reference to Jackson's buddy, Sweet Sweet Kai.
Jackson's
uni take is so awful. That's from a bankruptcy attorney. The arch crest, get this mother effer off the air. That's from Mrs. Gianni Shanahan, and she obviously has ties to the organization. So this is tough, Jackson. And I sided with you too, but none of the criticism's coming to me.
That's nice. I will dig down deeper. I truly think it's their best uniform.
You want to call him a crack whore?
You're a crack whore for thinking that.
I don't like their current home uniform. Like I think that this Navy one is way better. I think it's way better, and I think it's way better than the light blue one too. And I'll stand on this forever.
Well, you'll
use the arch.
alone.
Why we have 2 professional, 3, 4 technically.
What's going on right now?
Well,
it's like Francis counting bowls.
Counting some of the smaller clubs.
What would Francis?
Well, there's no
Soccer just got nicked.
Soccer and UFL. Yeah, sometimes you have to be bold. Look at me. And I think that the fact that none of them utilize the arch in their jerseys or logos is ridiculous. The Cardinals just did it with the Lou uniform, and they botched the hat. And I think that utilizing the arch, as well as the awesome note, the 64 note, is perfect. And I hate that it doesn't get used, and I hate that these got washed out.
Well, I don't mind the arch. I like the look of that. I just like the other one better.
Sure, but why?
But it doesn't change the fact that you are a crack whore.
That's fine. I will take that. I will be the crack whore if that means I get to wear the Navy uniform. That's fine. It's fine. It'll keep me warm on the streets.
Guys, my favorite St. Louis uniform is the one with an arrowhead or KC somewhere. Thanks. That's from Marcia's Burger.
Right. Yeah. If that's your take, you can't come at me.
City has the arch in their crest, moron. That's from Ray King. He picked the Cardinals, and he also had a Matty Mock video.
Yeah, I guess they do.
Always had like 3 phones.
But that isn't featured prominently. It's not featured prominently. That's more because of the way the soccer jerseys look.
You boys might want to send Jackson on loan to Joy Behar and Whoopi for a few shows. That's from Carlos Spicy Weaver.
Well, yeah, it's hard to disagree with that.
If you own the team, you can invent colors. So City Red is actually pinkish, but you call it City Red. Is this TMA blue that I'm wearing, or TMA black?
That's black all day, isn't it?
Yeah, and yours
yours is TMA blue.
Yeah, this is TMA blue.
You just invented a color.
That's right, TMA blue. I like that. And Jackson's hat is white and gray with a black patch.
Gray.
TMA gray.
TMA slate.
Ooh, slate. City's home jerseys replicate the arch panels. Nice show prep, ass.
Oh,
That's
God.
from Joey Vitale's Orange Scully.
I don't need to Andy Warhol up my uniforms. I think get the arch on there, make it prominent. The Cardinals did okay with the blue jersey, but again, they botched the hat. It's a Lambert Airport hat, and I think that the Blues utilizing the arch was great.
Hang on. Why does this virgin crackhead hate the arch? That's from Brian Henson, who was in the middle of a Colts press conference but wanted to chime in.
Well, and Young. And I love the arch. I think it's like when people think of St. Louis, they think of the arch, and that's about it. So why we have this refusal to utilize it is crazy to me. And I get that City has it in theirs, but again, it's not prominently featured. And you can say the panels. Get out of here.
Oh.
Panels.
Well, I'm looking at the logo, and it's like 2/3 of the logo is the arch. And a third says
on the
City.
Yeah, but I'm saying on the uniform proper, it's only in small crest form because they get the sponsor. That's how soccer jerseys are, though. I'm not taking a shot at City.
I like when people visit from out of town. Oh, you want to go down the arch? God, I haven't done that in 25 years.
Yeah,
You think we're all just whipping down there every weekend?
Getting that tiny-ass little elevator.
When the Rams games would be televised here, the bumper video they would show coming in and out of commercials was steamboats going up and down the river. Like, that's what we did here, too.
Mark Twain.
Here on the banks of the Mississippi, the Rams and Jeff Fisher Trail, 28 zip.
Self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom is a dude living in that 1970s trailer park next to Highway 40. Jackson knows where it's at. That comes from Lord Pervert Asshat.
Is that the Huntley trailer park that's weirdly there?
Is it still there? They got rid of it.
I thought it was.
I don't think it's there
removed.
anymore.
I think it's gone, yeah.
Why does Jackson hate St. Louis? That's from Big Tuft.
I seem to be the only one who loves it, truly. Like the coolest thing we have in this town. Everyone's like, get that off our uniform.
Yeah.
Talking about.
I don't
Fleur
think-
de Lis's underused too. Both are
Well,
cool
the New
things.
Orleans Saints have kind of gangstered that away from us.
Well, take it back.
Let's roll down the Mississippi and take it back.
Yeah.
It's just like the Panama Canal.
We'll take their basketball team and the Florida
Let's go down there, get the Florida League, turn around, and come. We'll be going against the current.
Yeah, it'll be tougher.
We'll fight
Jim
through
White
that.
used to do that. Take his boat right down the Mississippi, the big bumper.
Did he really?
I'd
Yeah.
like to do that someday.
And he went down to New Orleans?
He would go on long cruises on his boat down the Mississippi.
Really?
Yes, that was one. I used to listen to him late night in northern Wisconsin. I could pick it up.
Yeah.
The Mighty Mox, and I would listen to the Big Bumper, and he would talk about his trips down the Mississippi.
And would he go back
Humble
up?
brag. I mean, I don't know. What else are you going to do? Put it on a
that river to Pear goes to
trailer and
the
bring it
coast
back?
of North Carolina, right?
No, it goes up to as far as U City, I think.
Taking a boat down the Mississippi River, I think, is the folksiest use of leisure time ever.
folksiest use.
I think it'd be fun to do one time.
There's some cruises you can take from Alton that go up to Minneapolis, I believe.
Oh, really?
Wouldn't mind doing it.
No, I wouldn't either. Stop in Memphis, maybe, for a night.
Now you'd be north.
Tim,
now
what if
you'd
we
be
have a
north.
Well, if you go the other way.
Yeah, right. That'd be cool. I'm with
Have a
that.
station event, and we'll invite everyone down to the Becky Thatcher. But
Shirts
you cannot
optional.
bring a spouse. It's just the fellas
That did happen
on a
Doug.
weekend night.
That did happen.
And nobody signed the sheet to go.
And it was not well. It was not well received by the staff. For the record, send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling email today. Martin, here we go. Tomorrow night, 6 p.m. tip-off at Chaifitz Arena. We got the Billiken Blizzard. St. Louis University taking on Dayton. It's tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Free the Lou T-shirts for all fans in attendance. And tickets are starting at $25. I would instruct you, if you're interested in going to this game, to get these ASAP. The tickets are starting at $25. Order today. Limited amount of tickets are open. For tickets, you can go to slewbillikens.com or call 314-977-4SLU. This is going to be a hell of an atmosphere. It always is. The boys are coming off a great win and national headlines, for that matter, from 2 nights ago. And now you got the 6 p.m. Blizzard game on Friday night. What else could you ask for? Get your tickets starting at $25. Order today because there are a limited amount left. slewbillikens.com or call 314-977-4SLU. Free the Lou T-shirt for all fans in attendance. I'm fired up to do this. Usually on Friday nights, Doug, I eat pizza around like 4:30.
Well, you can still do that, right?
And then I cut up some pills, get out a $1 bill, and I fall asleep like at 9:15.
What's a $1 bill for, Tim?
That's how I take the pills.
Consume the pills?
That's correct.
Snort
a big night for the whole family.
Yes. So now I'll be out until at least 8:30, and it's just going to be a whole thing. Keep an eye on me. I'll be at Have a Nice Day Cafe with my 3-year-old.
Well, you won't have to drive, right? Your wife will drive, and you sit in the back seat.
Yeah, but that's the public school thing.
Okay.
I didn't realize how bad their numbers were against VCU. I was looking some things up last night.
The fact that they won that game is stunning.
I mean, they had lost 6 in a row head-to-head with VCU. And I knew under Travis that was one of the issues. They didn't beat Dayton often. They didn't beat VCU. But they were 2-15 head-to-head with VCU. Their last 17 matchups against the Rams before they won that game the other night. They're 2-8 in their last 10 against Dayton. So it's, you know what it is?
What?
It's due time.
Oh,
is it really?
They were due to beat VCU.
Due time.
Due to beat DU. Due to beat DU.
They're settling all scores this week, kind of like the baptism scene in The Godfather, Doug. And the Nune Patres.
Is that a christening or a baptism?
They're the same thing, even though I have to go on the record as a godless pervert for the second time today.
That actually clears things. I've always wondered that. I didn't know if it was christening or baptism.
Was I baptized on November 7th, 1976?
I don't have any idea.
I think I was. And then the Magic Johnson press conference was November 7th, 1991, and people always tied the two.
Everyone did it, yeah.
Just pour some Busch Light on Timmy's forehead. That's fine. Let's keep this moving, Father. Should we storm the court if they win?
Yes! Well, I was instructed to toss my 3-year-old out on the ice when the Blues were playing slap and tickle against the Canucks, so I guess I can throw them out there tomorrow if they're losing.
Sure.
I saw a video today of some guy who used his 3-year-old to wipe the snow off his car. Did you see that?
What?
He held the kid between his arms and used him like a giant windshield wiper to get the snow off his car, and now there's calls that they take the kid away from him, and family services is coming after him.
Yeah, this is what
Why was there a video of it?
I guess he thought it was funny. He had some family member shoot him doing it.
Yeah, this is the way you want the parents doing now. You want to discipline the kids. You got to use them as an ice scraper.
Clean that car.
Yeah. See?
It's always something.
The worm is turning.
Ladies and gentlemen, participate with your little anecdotes and see if you can stop the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. But ladies and gentlemen, there's only one person who can really do it today, and that's Buck Swope. He needs to win today and tomorrow on the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, or the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom becomes the first lady to ever win Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the month. That's coming your way at 10:50. This program's called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug, is this a remix or a mashup of
I don't know what this
Falco's
is.
Rock Me Amadeus? Yeah, this is my walk-up music.
I saw, I think it was Gateway Grinders on Twitter, did like the best Cardinal walk-up songs of all time.
Nice question.
Yeah.
I assume it was Colby Rasmus, Joshua, 2011, right before he was removed from the organization.
It was a real shame that wasn't included, but one that I loved was Ryan Ludwig's Brass Monkeys by the Beastie Boys.
Nice play.
That was an awesome one. And then my favorite of all time was when Yachty used Gasolina by Daddy Yankee. Awesome. That would always fire me up.
Even though you only hear it for about 8 or 9 seconds when they walk up there?
Yeah, I enjoy it.
You get fired up for that.
Sure. John Jay did Public Service Announcement by Jay-Z. That was a great one.
Didn't Cardinal fan favorite Dexter Fowler use Jumpman?
Yes, because he obviously a Jordan athlete, so using Jumpman.
Yeah, but Metro.
And St. Louis connection with Metro Boomin.
Think about that, Doug.
We just about destroyed Colby Rasmus' career here when we talked him into using a walk-up song.
Some, not all, but some would say that led to the 2011 World Series title.
Those people would be baseball historians, and they would be correct. Our TMA poll on the Twitter tweets that Chairman Kurt posted less than an hour ago, as we are in the Marcana Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour here on the Morning After. And you can vote on it at TMASTL on Twitter. Which St. Louis sports moment over the last 25 years has brought you the most joy as we are celebrating the 25th anniversary of Mike Jones' tackle today? Doug, what do you think is winning on the Twitter tweets? Here are the options.
Okay.
Jones' Super Bowl tackle, Freese's Game 6 home run, Pat Maroon double OT goal, or other, and then you can comment below.
Well, I'm trying to think in terms of our audience, which skews a little younger, and I think they're pretty much into hockey. I'm gonna say the Pat Maroon goal.
Martin.
Yeah, we are holding rights here. I'm going to say Maroon.
Jackson, have you seen the results?
I have not.
Okay.
I'm moving all of my chips onto David Freese's home run.
Wow.
Yeah. I think that's
He threw the hammer.
Yeah, I think that's.
And it turns out he's correct.
Okay, that's what I voted for.
53.3% of the votes. And it just moved up again. Freeze, 53%. Maroon goal is second, 29.2%. Jones's Super Bowl tackle, 12.8%. I do think an age thing, and then the Rams leaving, and then it happened 25 years ago. All factors in. Kyle Reese, Twitter wizard.
Yeah, he's
potentially going to be involved in the program.
Hope so. He's great. I love Kyle Reese.
The first comment, because 5% voted for other, and then comment below, and therefore the GIF that is right below Chairman Kurt's Gallup poll on the TMASTL Twitter account is what I think is worthy, at least, of consideration. Marcel Ozuna misjudging the fly ball and climbing the wall.
That wasn't such a great
Silver
moment.
medal for me.
Wasn't such a great moment.
Well, it was really cool that he had won a Gold Glove previous to that.
Yeah. How that ever happened, we'll never know. I think that's back when they voted, the Gold Glove voters were whoever had the best year at that position offensively, oftentimes got the Gold Glove.
They almost used that for the cover of MLB The Show that next year.
That play?
Yeah.
You can get like a custom insert to put on your video game cover, and I would love if someone would do that, of him like face first into the warning track.
He wanted to make a home run robbing catch so badly, even if the ball didn't go there. Bless his heart.
Sometimes he'd bring a little step ladder with him out to left field, just in case he needed it. Is that allowed? A lot of rule changes.
Yeah.
What about step ladders in the outfield so they can make more dramatic catches?
He jumped up on the padding that they have out there, so he was good. He was ready to make a catch above the wall. Only the ball landed in front of the track.
So bring back the hill at Minute Maid Park. Is what you're saying? And the flagpole that juts out. Didn't they use at Yankee Stadium? They had like the monuments.
The monuments were in play.
God, that's ridiculous. Yeah. What a ridiculous.
When did they change that? I didn't know that went on.
Probably the 70s or 80s.
Right, because I watched 61. I watch 61 like once a year probably. And
Barry Pepper.
Yeah, the great Barry Pepper.
Kind of looks like Jackie.
A little bit. More so in Saving Private Ryan when he plays the sniper. But he makes a catch and he's avoiding like the Babe Ruth monument that's just like on the warning track. And it's ridiculous. Like, that's ridiculous. Can you imagine that?
Forbes Field in Pittsburgh used to keep the batting cage out there in center field. It was 450 feet to center. They had room for the batting cage. I guess it never really came into play.
It's crazy enough to me that they used to have the bullpens just in the foul territory there. That seems like a terrible idea.
Cubs fans spilled some beer on the guys in the bullpen. It's led to a little fracas.
They did that for a long time.
Field goal post, wasn't it dug right at the goal line for a while before they moved it?
They changed that. And sometimes receivers would slam into it.
That's what I would think.
Like, who wouldn't think of that right away?
That was, I mean, again, I say relatively, but that might have gone on in the 1970s. It was for sure in the 60s.
Yeah.
Didn't Edmonds talk about towels?
Yes, he did. And I loved it because I couldn't believe that was out there because I think he made a leaping catch on that damn thing.
There's a hill in center field. It's in the way. Jesus.
Crosley Field in Cincinnati had a hill in left field, too. They had to climb up a little. They didn't have to climb, really, but you have
Major League Baseball or mini golf. What are we doing here?
The top goes down, the bottom goes up. You know what I mean?
I kind of like the quirky stuff of the old stadiums.
I mean, I do. I think like that each stadium is unique is kind of like a cool thing about baseball. However, it shouldn't have like you said, mini golf style. Like it should be, the dimension should be different and the feel of the ballpark should be different. Not let's have obstacles on the field.
You can't have statues. You can't have guys running into statues.
No. Or uprights for that matter. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 9:47 in St. Louis. Mark Hanna, sponsor of our 9 o'clock hour. He is online at evergreenstl.com. He is a wonderful gentleman. And Doug fed him cake at the Blues Hall of Fame
I thought
ceremony.
it was broccoli.
Either way, you're feeding him stuff. So
Okay.
I know that
He looked hungry.
Happened. And Doug, we're about an hour away from what could be history, and that's the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. That's Seth Goldcamp, Design Air.
I've never fed Seth Goldcamp any broccoli, but I would.
What's that about?
Next time I have him over to my house.
Sponsor.
He is, and the next time he's at my house to tinker with the furnace or the air conditioning, I will offer him some broccoli florets.
Don't offer. Just,
I like that. Florets.
Okay, I'll have it ready for him. Because you're going to like him because he's going to take great care of your furnace and air conditioning. He and his family have been doing this since 1904. This is the fourth generation St. Louis business, served over 10,000 customers in that time. Been around that long because they do such great work. As I said, I've had them out to my house a couple times. Still haven't made them broccoli. They've never really asked for it. They usually say, "Where's the furnace?" And I show them where the furnace is. And they go down there, either Seth or one of the technicians. And within just a few moments, they do the maintenance on it or fix whatever's wrong. And then off they go. And they never really ask for the broccoli. Next time I will be prepared. They want to give you exactly what you need, though. They're not so concerned about their vegetable intake. That's how they train their employees to make sure they get it done the first time and get it done right and don't try to upsell you, and they take that reputation very seriously. Their website, easy to navigate with the convenience of online scheduling. So for all of your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. You're saying, what's the website? I'll give that now, designairservice.com.
Are people asking for Tom? Was that Tom got rave reviews the other day?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because Tom's so
handsome. Specifically asking for Tom.
Tom at Design Air Heating and Cooling. Send Tom my way. People are just busting up their heating systems so Tom will come by.
Well, hammer downstairs to the HVAC. I want to meet this Tom.
Very active YouTube chat today. Buzz is in there talking to DJ Patty Cakes, Tori Holtzfinger, Boston Markets ad bot.
Oh, he's back?
He's back.
Good.
And, of course, Jackson's conscience. He's in there talking about Jackson. And St. Charles is in there talking as well. It's youtube.com/TMASTL. And you are welcome to watch the program and participate. And then you can always go back and watch the program. Sometimes do that when I'm working at home. I'll put that Pat McAfee show on. Jackson, do you have a problem with that?
No, why would I?
Okay, I thought you said Pat McAfee and who else?
Morgan Wallen are running the same playbook. But
I don't know what that means.
But that's not a criticism or I'm using that as like a pejorative. It's just I don't.
Observation?
Yeah.
Do you follow that observation, Martin? Pat McAfee?
I think it's in kind of the bro.
Is that what it is? So if I watch New Heights with Jason Kelsey, because he was asked, is he going to be cheering for his brother or his former team? I'll probably watch that podcast. Are they running the same playbook?
No. Is it bro sourcing? Is that what it is?
Bro sourcing? Is that what it's called?
No. It's tough to define.
Oh, come on, Teddy Roosevelt.
There you go. I just feel like they're on the same playbook. Yeah, that's kind of the same playbook, which is cool. Listen, trust me, it's obviously very fruitful, but it's just, and I'm not judging them or saying that's a bad thing that they do that. It just seems like
I just don't know what it means. That's what I'm trying to. I'm trying to dial in here.
Are they bro pandering?
I don't think it could be nailed down to one thing.
Yeah, I'll stop trying.
Well, much like an offense, you don't have just one play, despite, Trey Mason running the same play against Missouri.
That's why they stopped him?
Yeah. They have multiple plays if it's just all in the same playbook. So I don't want to feel like this is shrouded in mystery, But I will say that I think they run the same playbook.
Yeah, it is kind of a spectrum. The Zinzian scale.
Yeah, that's wow. That's well done.
The Zinzian scale, is that a reference
Dude,
to
we get it. You used to teach it right there. We get it.
What's that?
Is that a reference to chaw packets?
Nicotine packets, yeah. I feel like
the Zinzian scale, Doug. How do you feel
never
about
heard
that?
of such a thing.
I think that's wonderful.
It's really well done.
I'm still concerned AJ Hawk is being held hostage somewhere. Doesn't it look? It does appear to be a bit of a POW.
Yeah, they made some drinking game where it was like every time he talks, you drink, and they're like, we're stone cold sober.
Well, good news for those of you who want something to be excited about with the Cardinals. I've got it for you on the other side of the break.
Ooh. Breaking news?
No.
Oh. Okay.
Still get you excited.
Still something positive.
And I think it might surprise you.
Oh, that's good. Okay.
You'll have to stick around through the break, though, to find out. It's coming up next on TMA. It's presented by Brown & Croup, and this is 101 ESPN. left fielder Ryan Ludwig. Number 47.
One of the few guys in the league that threw left and batted right. Very odd.
I appreciate that stat, but you just missed Tim hitting the post perfectly while imitating you, man. And I thought that was great.
Calling attention to my greatness.
Didn't realize this song was so powerful. We had to hear it.
Literally nailed the post on that.
With a tribute to, was that Bob Shepard?
A great Bob Shepard. Yeah, Yankee. Announcer. Yeah, Bob.
Derek Jeter would still use that when he would come up to hit, even after he passed on. All right, the good news for the Cardinals. Doug, you want to take a guess? Anything? I mean, this is so obscure. I can't. It's not fair
initials.
to do.
And did they sign somebody?
No.
Oh, sorry.
Ridiculous.
Out of line.
WC.
WC Fields.
WC nice, Martin. Oh. Doug went with WC Fields, though.
Good play.
And what's he doing?
MLB Network ranked their top 10 first basemen. Then why did you?
I'm sorry. No, I don't know.
Snort?
Yeah, you heard that?
Snort take?
I know. I got some.
What's going on?
Booger or some. I'm sorry. Please continue.
Well, I got some of this syrup over here if you need it. Kids call it the
Is that
lean.
helping you?
A little bit. It's still lingering.
I noticed that I feel like it's gone away.
I feel like I have a little bit of what you have.
No, my GM at the Two Fox, Kurt Kruger, said, "Oh, he goes, you got that cough?" He goes, "I had it. Doctor said it's 3 to 5 weeks." I said, "Oh my God.
That's what I'm staring down the barrel at?
Yeah, you have a swig of the lean. There you go.
I don't know if I can do that on live radio.
Doug, who would you name as the top first baseman in baseball?
I'd say Freddie Freeman.
That's correct. Let's see if you can get who's second.
I don't know.
Oh, I think once you get there, you'll be like, okay, yeah.
Once I really think about it, let me call up the teams because I'm.
Is this in the National League?
It is.
Only?
I'll give you that hint.
National League.
Yeah.
Oh, Pete Alonso.
Is that because he's not on a team? He's not eligible, perhaps? No. Matty Olson.
They list his team as Boris University, actually.
How about Matt Olson?
That's not a bad guess. Third.
Okay. Is Bryce Harper playing first base?
There you go.
Okay.
So Freeman, Harper, Olson. Number 4 is in the American League East.
Initials, please.
Anybody want to get it before I give out initials?
Big Poppy. Initials, please.
VG.
Vernon Garrison.
Toronto's
Vernon
Vladdy.
Garrison.
Thank you.
Oh.
No.
Okay.
Yandy Diaz also in the AL East. And then from your St. Louis Cardinals, Wilson Contreras. Jackson just had a facial expression. If you're watching on YouTube, you caught it.
Well, I guess from at the plate, I can understand it. But
so he's number 7.
Yeah, 6. You wanted first base is a big bat,
right? But we haven't seen. Well, he's a catcher. I thought he was a catcher. I thought they signed the catcher.
Left fielder.
Yeah.
He just caught occasionally.
Right.
Behind him, Christian Walker, then Pete Alonso, then Nathaniel Lowe, and then former Cardinal, now in the Bronx, Paul Goldschmidt. MLB.
Not the most robust group, really.
That's what I was thinking. You know, Doug, we have our fantasy baseball draft here in about 6 weeks. Southside Seaman really excited about our prospects this year. And I was looking at that, and I'm going, I better make sure I get on a first baseman early if that's what the list is. First base used to be like the spot.
Yeah, for all the big hitters. And it used to be the shortstops were light hitting guys who batted 8th. Now they're the best players on the team, oftentimes the best hitters. That really changed.
Yeah, I mean, drastically for Goldschmidt to be 10. I think most people around baseball would probably put Walker ahead of Contreras. I don't know on that.
And probably even Goldschmidt ahead of Contreras.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you on that, too.
If both are available, no money on the table, just who would you rather have playing first base every day, even at his advanced age? You might take Goldschmidt over Contreras because of the defense.
Yeah, I just don't know what's going to wind up happening defensively with him. We don't know yet,
that's what I'm saying. I think you might go with Goldschmidt and hope offensively he's just okay because he's so good defensively. I think that, I don't know if I would go Contreras over Goldschmidt, even in his advanced age.
Right. Most guys who are major league talent can handle first base. There's been a few that couldn't, not many, but most can handle it. They must be confident in that Contreras can do it. They've seen him at some point field ground balls and make throws on the infield. They must have some confidence he can do this. They wouldn't just put him out there if he was a complete butcher.
No. I mean, I think he can do the job. I just think Goldschmidt was such a high standard in terms of playing first base. He made a lot of bad throws look routine by scooping them out. I think that's going to be the drop-off.
He didn't do the job. It wasn't anything I did wrong.
Well,
he didn't do the job.
Okay.
It's friend of the show, Ron Washington.
Not owning it.
That's correct.
That's new segment, not owning it.
Tim, in your fantasy league, I would wait and take Pasquantino or Torkelson. You'll get 30 bombs out of either one of them. That's from Flip Wilson giving advice to the Southside Seaman.
Okay.
Who the hell's Torkelson?
Tigers.
Spencer.
I had him.
That's
part of
why
last
Jackson's
year.
team, whatever butt-ass name they are.
Miracle on Ice.
Yeah, finishes in last place. I mean, this is a perennial bottom feeder.
I'm one of the worst fantasy baseball players of all time.
Are you really? Do you spend to the cap, or are you the Pirates?
No,
just over there.
I was like last year, I was like, all I'm going to get is power and pitching. And all of my pitchers got hurt in spring training, and all of my power hitters hit like 15 home runs apiece. It was useless.
Well, you can't help
I had
pitchers
Spencer
getting hurt.
Strider got hurt like a week into the season.
That would kill you. And he was about the best pitcher in the game. Is cooked.
Yeah, ridiculous. I'm so bad at it.
Well, that's not bad. That's just unlucky there.
No, but I'm like historically bad. I've never been good.
Okay.
Why do you do it? Love of the game?
I forget about it until the beginning of the season starts, and I don't want to text Prod Joe that I want out.
Wow.
Do you want out this year?
Announce it now.
No, I'll stay in.
Martin, do you want to join the league?
I'm bad at that. No.
Got to get Chuckles Marlowe back in there.
He's out?
He's into it.
He's out. I didn't know he was out.
I was in a draft one year, and I drafted Jesse Barfield, and they all go, he retired 2 years ago. And I said, oh, shoot. That was the end of my fantasy baseball.
I drafted Goldschmidt one year, and Charlie writes, racist. You never draft black players. Baloney.
Well, yeah,
That's what he said to me.
He was putting out a strategy. So
we got to get Charlie on the line.
He's got to fleece you in the trade.
Yeah, he's setting you up. Guys, they would absolutely put him at first base without knowing he could do it. Hell, they put Jordan Walker in right field without seeing it. Thanks. That's in the 618.
I'd give him more credit than that. I think they
every pregame these position guys move around. You'd see Yachty taking balls at short. They all do kind of get the work in around the diamond. So he's probably gotten a lot of, and even right now, I'm sure he's working hard. He's working hard on it.
How about this, Jackson? Eric in the Central West End wants the spot. If you guys have an opening in your league, I'd love to join.
If I just got to go through Prod Joe.
Yeah, he's the commissioner.
If Prod Joe is cool with a substitution
Well, you don't
that.
have to play if you don't want to.
No, I
You're
know,
not
but
on
I
a
don't want to leave Prod Joe high and dry.
Put me in. Hell, I'll sponsor it. And then I'll trade Tim everyone he wants, and then he can sleep with my wife.
Yeah.
Doug, that's from the recovering alcohol.
We've had some of that go on in the past. Not the sleeping with the wife part, but the trade you whoever you want.
Doug and Charlie would veto every trade that I would make in the league.
Oh, they were so terribly one-sided.
Just give Timmy whatever his team
That's kind of what it was. Here, Tim, will you like me if I give you Francisco Lindor for nothing?
Iggy says he'll play. Now, the problem there is he's at war with producer Joe.
Still.
Yeah. And
This is like the Middle East.
It's 13 years old at this point, Martin. And
Is it real?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Oh.
Joe holds a grudge unlike anybody I know. So Iggy is on the outside looking in. At least at the time being, maybe producer Joe will let him back in. Your thoughts
I'm going to work on that.
In landing strips. Good luck, man. Good luck. You'll be doing a lot of work if you
Maybe
can
a
bring
little
those two
Camp
together.
David for the weekend.
Yeah,
I got Joe over here. I got the Inkster over there. We're going to work this out.
Ladies and gentlemen, email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Coming up, we have that design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. Martin, halfway through onboarding, we found out yesterday. So it's almost there.
A lot of learning going on
Halfway through.
Corporate training. Today, I think we'll work on don't get caught with a phishing trap. You know when they fish you, Doug, on the email, the internet? Here, click here for $1 billion. Mm-hmm. Does that look like a trustworthy website?
Must be a huge issue.
Here's a video of Kevin in accounting. He got caught.
We get a lot of those
fishing.
emails. Yeah.
Don't do it.
I've got one email that keeps showing up that says I paid $800 some odd for some Bitcoin or some cryptocurrency, and they've got my address and everything, and said, when are you going to pay us? I said, I never bought that.
You going to pay?
No, I'm not going to pay.
Doug Vaughn's Crypto Welcher is my new handle.
Martin's going onboarding. Chairman Kurt's sliding into the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, the 10 o'clock hour is on its way here on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN, and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan here with you to talk a little bit about aesthetic design and build. They've been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. That's Dan and his team, and they have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley. And I went out there, and they walked me through all the different types of custom work they're capable of doing, from a full-on custom deck, adding on a pergola, or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They really do have answers for it all. I had them to my house to take a look at what we could do with my outdoor living space. They are online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. That is aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Or you can give them a call at 636-532-5008. That's Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build. Check out the showroom in Chesterfield Valley or go online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you their way.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues are back in action on Friday as they take on the Colorado Avalanche. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 7 p.m., puck drop at 8 p.m. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standards heating and air conditioning dealer.
Well, here it is, Doug.
This is it.
The witching hour, the 10 o'clock hour on TMA, in which the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom wins the month of January in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today if Buck Swope does not win. If Buck Swope wins today and tomorrow, we have a sudden death playoff.
Don't ever count him out.
On Monday. I'm just telling you, I could see him doing it. He's just that good. He's that good.
And persistent.
He's that good. Jackson, what do you have? You feel very good about your questions today. I'm anxious to hear what way you're going to go.
So I've been crushing a lot of SNL tape with the 50th anniversary. A lot of
when you say crushing tape, that means you sat back and watched television?
Yeah. That's a play on like guys who like crush tape, all 22 film and stuff.
Makes it sound like you're doing more than you're doing.
Certainly, yeah. Just simply watching television. But I've been doing a lot because SNL's 50th anniversary. They got the movie coming out, documentary series, a lot of stuff on it. It's been great. Do you think it's our nature to look at things piece by piece instead of judging based off of a body of work? SNL has had plenty of stinker sketches, shows, and maybe even seasons, but the body of work is undeniable. How do you think the same concept applies to sports? How should we measure trustworthiness or value of players, coaches, front offices in an itemized fashion versus assessing them based on body of work?
Wow. The thing about Jackson's questions, Doug, is they are, do you like the term voluminous?
No, not really. No.
Voluptuous.
Insatiable? Oh, that's Craig Rutledge.
There are a lot of layers to them. So that's why you like to do Roman numeral 1, Roman numeral 2.
We don't need an outline.
So, Jackson, let's start with Roman numeral 1 on this.
Yeah. So do you think it's our nature to look at things piece by piece instead of judging based off a body of work?
I think I'm body of work, but maybe the audience would say I'm not. I don't know. I feel like body of work.
I think...
So you're talking, and then you're tying this into Saturday Night Live, how and why?
Well, I think a lot of times people will be like, well, SNL has never been as funny as it once was.
Right. That's a very,
Which I'm sure they've been saying starting in 1976 for the second season.
Right. Well, I mean, I was telling you in the commercial break that there's this series that they have on Peacock right now, and I would big time recommend it, in which they go through various angles. The writers episode I actually thought was the most interesting so far. And then there was this weird season in 1986, I think, in which Lorne Michaels had left the show for 5 years, and they brought in a whole new cast, including Randy Quaid and Anthony Michael Hall from Vacation, and Robert Downey Jr., who's obviously become, one of the most successful actors of the 21st century, was kind of, battling his own issues at that particular time. Just a random cast. Some of the people I don't even recognize. Either way, really good series, but even then, they're like, the series isn't what it used to be. That's 1986, and now here it is in 2025, and,
Saying the same thing.
So body of work, I don't know how anybody could dispute the program's success.
For sure. Oh, yeah. But I'm saying that, you're looking at it through the body of work.
Right.
Whereas if you were to judge something individually, piece by piece, in an itemized fashion, you might point out a lot like, this is terrible, this stinks. But when you look at the body of work, it's actually really, really, really good.
Well, not only the show's success, but it's essentially been a launch pad for... Doug, do you mind? This is kind of like saying National Football League when I can just say NFL.
Yeah.
Comedy and Americana?
No, I didn't care for it. I didn't like it at all. Just say comedy shows.
Yeah, that was good. That was great.
Thank you.
Americana. Please. That was a private school thing, wasn't it? We never talked like that at Kirkwood. We kept it real, man.
Clip that off. So there's my answer to that question. Doug, what do you think?
I think we tend to judge things for the moments and not the big picture. Just look at the Cardinals. The big picture is they've been fantastic for 2 or 3 decades. And yet people are down on them now because they're not very good right now. Right. And yet we just look back at some of the great moments in club history with great fondness. And I think it works that way a lot in sports.
Yeah, I'm sitting here, and I'll say it usually about once a month or so, who knows, depending on the day or topic. But I, without question, Bill DeWitt will go down as one of the greatest owners, if not the greatest owner in St. Louis sports history to date, whenever the time comes that he is no longer the Cardinal chairman. But it's like I almost have to apologize for it, because in this moment, that would sound ridiculous, but the sweet mother of mercy.
Right.
The run the organization's been on, and also how much money he's contributed personally, because that was a privately funded venture for the most part, not entirely, with that ballpark and ballpark village and buildings down there. It's just like it's a no-brainer. But I realize in the moment it sounds unpopular. Like if that were to be tweeted out, it would be, defecated upon. And again, I don't want to kink shame if that's something people are into.
Mm-hmm. Right. And I think that for me, the answer is always judging things piece by piece and what have you done for me lately in the context of the body of work, because the body of work builds credibility. It shows you that you can ascend to places you used to be at. It's just at this moment, it's not there. But like you said earlier in the show, Doug, what goes up must come down.
Think about that.
Right.
All right, what's Roman numeral 2 on this?
Isaac Newton said that too.
Yeah, but you said it first.
How should we measure trustworthiness or value of players, coaches, front offices in an itemized fashion versus assessing them based on the body?
And this, again, is based on Saturday Night Live.
Mm-hmm.
What?
I don't understand.
Spell it out in simple terms.
Well, now I don't know how.
Trustworthiness of players?
Or value, like their value. Like we look at someone like
Saturday Night Live.
What do you think of someone like Arenado, It's like...
And how's that tie into Jan Hooks?
Right.
I don't know that it does.
It's kind of almost like Arenado is coming back to host. It's like when Chevy Chase came back to host.
And it did not go well, and it's actually talked about because that was in the weird season. They opened up with Madonna, and then they're like, ooh, that didn't go well. And then they brought in Chevy Chase. And I remember seeing that, and I said to my wife when we were watching this, I go, oh boy, I bet that didn't go well. And they're like, yeah, he wasn't really nice to us.
Yeah, no.
And it made it worse.
That tracks. That certainly fits in with his mold.
And Nolan Arenado and Chevy Chase are similar in this question. How?
Charismatic. Once at the top of their game, but maybe falling a little bit. So you bring them back, let's pump it up again, and maybe it doesn't go as well again.
So are you asking, are we judging players by a moment or two or for their entire career?
Maybe this question needs a couple more minutes in the oven. It's like the outside is crispy, but the inside's a little cold.
It feels like I've been given a term paper as an assignment, and I don't really understand what I'm supposed to write about.
Chairman Kurt just got up and left. Chairman Kurt just got up and left.
That's the thing is, I'm like a guy who blocks a lot of shots. Sure, you're going to get dunked on every once in a while, posterized, but then you're going to get a couple of blocks, and you're doing it for your team. So,
see, John ends in the YouTube chat. He understands it completely. He says, Doug, in other words, who is the Adam Sandler of general managers?
Oh, that's a good question.
The Adam Sandler of general managers. Bing Devine? We're going way back. I don't know. I don't get the question.
It's a tough one.
If you're asking, do we judge players on moments they had or on their whole body of work? But what you want to know is something about Saturday Night Live and Nolan Arenado hosting it?
First of all, you would watch if Arenado was hosting SNL.
Yes, I would.
I'd be curious to see how the writing staff attacked that. Not saying they wouldn't do great at it. I'm sure they would. But, yeah, it was just kind of a metaphor or a frame of reference. And maybe that falls on deaf ears. That's fun.
This is the dumbest conversation ever that comes from Beer Cuts. Hey, guys, this topic, bad. Thanks. That's from Big Tough. Sounds like Jackson gets way too stoned before he does his homework the night before. That's from the 573.
No, these are what I call shower thoughts. You get in the shower and you just start thinking.
I had not heard anything about Nolan Arenado hosting Saturday Night Live. That should have been the lead story today.
He could be like Chalamet and also be the musical guest. Or Wayno musical guest. There you go.
Don Peepee in the YouTube chat says, I feel like this show makes me dumber every day.
That's probably accurate.
That could be a promo.
Yeah.
Boo! Boo this question. That's from the bastard James Hahn.
I didn't think it was that. Okay.
Boo, boo, go back to Ladue, lady boy. That's from the 314.
Gosh. Could you read the question one more time? Maybe I'll understand it this time.
Come on, Doug.
Just one more time. Maybe I'll get it.
I thought it was only about Saturday Night Live, and somehow he tied it into the Cardinals, which is impressive, but it just doesn't make a lick of sense.
No. One more time.
I've been crushing a lot of tape on SNL recently.
Oh, that's where you lost so many of us.
And it has me wondering.
Iggy used to say I knocked out some TV shows like it was a real accomplishment.
Do you think it's our nature to look at things piece by piece instead of judging based off a body of work? SNL has had plenty of stinker sketches, shows, maybe even seasons, but the body of work is undeniable. How do you think that same concept applies to sport? How should we measure trustworthiness or value of players, coaches, and front office members in an itemized fashion versus assessing them based on their body of work?
In an itemized fashion?
Right, like piece by piece.
Clearly you judge them on a body of work.
But it's also, what have you done for me lately? Because if we're just judging Nolan Arenado off body of work, we'll keep him.
Well, when his career is over, you're going to look back and say, boy, that was a hell of a player.
Yeah, no doubt. So I think we should do that in the now. So look at it, itemize, but then have the body of work in hand. I don't know, man.
Itemize now, body in hand later?
Can you guys just...
Jackson officially is... He just conceded. He just conceded. That was it. He said no mas. Was that Roberto Duran?
Yes, it was.
Let the carcass die. You just keep poking it and poking it. I'm already dead.
You can read it 100 times. This question still sucks. From the 314.
Yeah. Well, more where that came from.
Ladies and gentlemen, email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, the morning after inside STL.com. Doug, I've been crushing a lot of Saturday Night Live tape. Here's how it ties into the Cardinals.
I just try to be creative. Like I said, sometimes you block a shot, sometimes you get dunked on.
You know who doesn't like blocked garage doors, and that's Schaefer Door Company.
Yeah, it's Jason Gassro.
Right. They'll itemize your garage door for you and judge you on the individual uses of the garage door as opposed to the body of its work. Because if a garage door goes bad, there's no saving it. Most of the time, they can fix it, though. That's what they did for me. They went out to my house a couple different times. I got an old garage door. It needs work from time to time. Don't need the new one yet because Schaefer Door, Jason Gassro and his crew have keeping it running. It's going fine now. They'll do the same thing for you. They service all kinds of garage doors, and they do new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and they are versatile. It's best to call or text. I'm going to give the number now, so write this down. 636-782-3608. You probably ought to put that on a piece of paper, cut it out, and tape it on the garage door somewhere next to the opener. So when something goes wrong, you'll know exactly who to call. That's happened to me in the past. Something goes wrong with the garage door. I don't know who to call. I don't know where to turn. So put that on the garage door right there. 636-782-3608. That is Schaefer Door. They also handle big commercial doors, too. So if you own a business with a warehouse, big, giant doors, yes, Schaefer can handle that as well. They can handle anything. Their service techs are not commission-based. We'll never try to sell you something that you don't need. Their website is SchaeferDoor.com. That's Schaefer with only one F. SchaeferDoor.com. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the morning after. It's 101 ESPN. YouTube.com/TMASTL. Ladies and gentlemen, Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage gives out his personal cell phone, 314-324-4440. And I've talked to him on that number. It really is his number, 314-324-4440. And you can Google the bagel loan. Stewie's with us right now. Stewie, the Fed talked yesterday. What can you tell us about what they said means to our audience?
You know, the Federal Reserve, Tim, went ahead and said they're going to hold interest rates where they are. They're not going to cut it. They're not going to make things better. They don't know what they're going to do in the future. They want to see some consistency with inflation. Now, recent numbers came out later yesterday and this morning show that a little bit of softening in the employment area. This is causing a dip in interest rates. Now, you know as well as I know, we're a very knee-jerk, impulsive society. So one day there's a good report, interest rates drop. Next day, the report comes out, inflation's higher, comes right back up. So take advantage when you can. And if you do work with us, we actually watch this for you. So when the opportunity's there, we grab it for you. Lock it in now. If interest rates go down later, you can always refinance for free with the bagel loan. take advantage. But listen, don't wait. Don't procrastinate.
Yeah, call Stewie right now on his cell phone, 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan. Thanks, Stewie.
Thanks. Have a good day.
You too. Hey, Doug, how many Hall of Famers are on the 2004 Cardinals?
2004 Cardinals. Well, Pujols isn't in yet.
We're going to count him. We're going to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Oh,
so we'll go with
guys who actually are in.
/ will be in.
No, Roland.
That's right. That's right.
Yachty wasn't on that team yet, was he?
Yes, he was.
He was?
He was indeed.
I think he's probably going to get in.
I agree with you. There's another one who is in who you have not referenced yet.
Who's in, but I have not referenced yet.
I think he played the outfield.
Who am I forgetting? Edmonds is not going to make it.
Larry Walker.
Yeah,
Larry Walker.
Yeah.
Walker, Roland, Pujols, Molina, and per Jayson Stark,
somebody you just referenced, is going to get in. How about this morning on The Athletic? Jayson Stark is asked, is any player that fell off the ballot in their first year of eligibility ever going to be elected by one of the committees? And why should that player be Jim Edmonds? And Stark writes, David, I hope you were listening to the most recent edition of our Starkville podcast. On that show, Brian Kenny and I played a quick game of what player would you restore to the Hall of Fame ballot? And I picked your man, Jim Edmonds. I bet I'd make exactly the same case you'd make. Andruw Jones seems as if he's bound for the Hall of Fame with 10 gold gloves and a 111 OPS plus, while Edmonds had 8 gold gloves and a 132 OPS plus and got blown off the ballot after one election in 2016. That is just wrong. But look at what he was up against on that 2016 ballot. There were 12 players in that field who have since gotten elected. Yes, 12. Plus Bonds, Clemens, Schilling, and Kent, among others. So, kaboom, off the ballot Edmonds went. By the time he's eligible for election by one of the era committees, which isn't until 2029, by the way, there is a good chance Andruw Jones will have a plaque. You'd think those that would come up in the discussion then, but you never know how those committees will vote. Then again, Ted Simmons was once one and done on the writer's ballot, and he got elected by the Modern Era Committee in 2020. So it does happen. I have been adamant, even texting with him that day. I said, you're going to wind up in the Hall of Fame. He is going to wind up in the Hall of Fame. I thought it was ridiculous then, and I think justice will be served at some point within the next decade. And I'm glad to hear Jayson Stark say that. Yeah. And for those of you, and many of you do, hold the 2004 Cardinals as the best Cardinal team you ever saw, that team could and should, when it's all said and done, will wind up with a minimum of 5 Hall of Famers. Albert Pujols, Scott Rowland, Jayson Stark says, Jim Edmonds, and then Larry Walker's already in, and Yadier Molina, and I know a number of people would like to see Bo Hart in there as well.
I don't know about that one. I don't know. We're getting too excited, maybe now.
Suck it, Doug.
Oh, well, I'm rooting for you, ball game. He was the best defensive center fielder I've ever seen play. 4-time All-Star. I think I can count 8 Gold Gloves that he won.
Yep.
Almost 400 home runs. He was a fantastic player. I'd put him in for sure.
And I think it's going to happen. But, the way that I think I was talking with Derek Gould about it, who's a Hall of Fame writer, when that happened in 2016. And I'm just like, what's the hell's that about? And he goes, we're only allowed to vote for 10 people. And there were a bunch of guys in their last year, and we had to vote for them. Then Griffey was on it automatically. He's getting voted in. I feel like there was somebody else, too. It was just a terrible year for the ballot, which kind of speaks of the flaw in the system.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And, yeah, you can go, well, eventually he gets in, or eventually these guys get in. Well, you know what, Doug? People don't live forever.
No, they don't.
And so, that could be a real missed opportunity. And it's unfortunate. And I'm not saying he should have been in on the first ballot, but the fact that he was knocked off after the first year blew me away.
Maybe we should build our own Hall of Fame for guys who should be in that aren't.
Don't they already have that? Cardinal Hall of Fame?
I just mean for all baseball players.
Oh.
We'll put in A-Rod and Pete Rose and Barry Bonds. All the guys certainly
Bo
good
Hart.
enough.
Yeah, Bo Hart.
Stop with the Bo Hart.
Next time.
Wow, okay. He played the game the right way.
Cesar Torres.
Because there's a lot of guys that should be in there. Roger Clemens, for sure, should be in there. Some of the very best players that have ever put on a uniform are not in the Hall of Fame.
TLR is also from that team as well. The team is now so depressing. That's from Joey Vitale's Orange Scully. That's correct. So when you add the manager, there's another one. And then Joe Patini will at least...
I don't know. He's going to have to wait behind Hart. Dave Duncan could possibly get in.
Yeah, I wonder on that.
He always wondered how they could put writers and broadcasters and everybody except coaches in the Hall of Fame, which is fair.
Yeah, honestly.
It is a little odd. Where well, you weren't a manager. And they're like, but you're in the Hall of Fame.
Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, your thoughts, 314-399-9646. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email today is moments away. And history could be moments away with the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. Guys, another guy from the 04 team that's criminally underrated is Edgar Renteria. How does he not have a red jacket?
I don't know that's criminal. I don't know that that's something you can go to jail for underrating him.
But on the second part, because I don't know you, I do think it's at the very least a misdemeanor, and obviously we disagree. But I do wonder, he's not in the Cardinal Hall of Fame? That kind of surprises me.
I don't know.
I'm crowdsourcing.
They tried to put Freeze in there, and he said no, thank you.
Yeah, I just don't think he wanted to come back here and
Is that what it was?
sign autographs for a few days, and he just wants to hang out in Austin. And
did he just go in this past year? Is that what I'm seeing?
He was a nominee last year.
Nominee.
I don't know if they voted on that.
Well, every year they want to come up with 3 or 4 just so they can have that weekend.
Yeah, he was a nominee. I don't think he.
And I think they had the thing last week, the meeting.
So they'll announce it.
What they call it, the blue panel, the red ribbon. Maybe the Blues have the blue panel and the Cardinals have the red ribbon.
That's something like that. Yeah. And you think Bo Hart will get some support this year?
I think he's going to get support in Cooperstown.
Red Ribbon Committee.
And Joe Patini as well. He was a good baseball man.
Yeah. He's had a big belt buckle. And he was the one who would be listening to our show and borrowing Tony La Russa's car, and then he would put our show on, and that's how La Russa would know what we would say. per La Russa.
And you didn't believe that?
It sounded rather elaborate. I'm not saying I don't believe it. It just sounds rather elaborate. What did you discover, Jackson?
Inconclusive.
About Renteria?
Yeah.
He was nominated last year, did not get in. Matt Morris was elected. Renteria was not.
Thank you, Charlie.
I'm a big Matty Moe guy. I love the fact that he hangs out in Montana, enjoys himself, and plays a lot of FIFA. I think a lot of us would like to be able to do that.
I don't ever want to live in Montana. It's too
cold. What about play
there.
FIFA all day?
No.
Why?
Why would I want to live in Montana?
Well, it wasn't about that. It's more about the FIFA.
Big sky country. They got lakes there. You can see right to the bottom.
John Dutton?
Ted Turner, probably.
All I think of is cold.
Not in the summer.
But, boy, I bet it's powerfully cold right about now.
Yeah, absolutely. But you don't go there now. God. Who winters in Montana?
Apparently Matty Morris.
Yeah, playing FIFA the whole time. You can email in on what you'd like to do all day. Would it be FIFA? The morning after at InsideSTL.com. This program is called TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Ladies and gentlemen, CMH 101 ESPN. Tomorrow night, Martin and I have been invited by the Billikens. They did not invite Doug or Jackson, I should note.
Kind of like the Joey Vitale kindergarten party. Left off that list as well.
To the Billiken Blizzards. St. Louis University versus Dayton. This thing might just be a sellout. Right now, it's not just yet.
Okay.
It's tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Free The Lou T-shirts for all fans and attendance. Tickets starting at just $25. Order today. Limited amount of tickets open. For tickets, go to slewbillikens.com or call 314-977-4SLU. That's 314-977-4SLU. Or go to slewbillikens.com. Again, tickets starting at $25. For an atmosphere like this, I mean, Jackson, this is going to be a hell of an atmosphere. It's
going to be up for snatch grabs.
Yeah, it's going to be up for snatch grabs. It is.
Okay. Jackson and I are allowed to buy tickets, but we don't get in on the Martin and Tim gravy train.
That's correct. That's actually what the copy says.
Yeah, it is what it is. That's what I say.
Mm-hmm.
That's what De Niro said at the end of The Irishman.
It is what it is.
Spoiler alert.
It is what it is.
I don't think they talk like that back in the days when they did The Irishman, because that stuff happened when, the early 70s, mid-70s?
Yeah, but this was Old Man, so this would have been like in the probably late 90s, early 2000s, like when Johnny Cash sang Hurt.
I don't ever remember
what a
anyone
tie in
saying
there. What a tie in there. Trent Reznor?
Mm-hmm. Atticus Ross, who got screwed out of a Oscar nom.
Oh, gosh.
It always goes back to the Oscars in the 10 o'clock hour and Saturday Night Live and Nolan Arenado hosting.
Yeah.
Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today is coming up next. This is it. I know a lot of local affiliates are breaking into programming right now to simulcast this because if anybody other than Buck Swope wins, the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom makes history as the first lady to ever win the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the month. This is unbelievable. Maybe the most important segment in the 21-year history of this show.
Oh, could be.
Bud tied for first.
Thank you. That's coming up. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Well, NBA action here tonight on 101 ESPN. You better believe it. Grizzlies taking on the Rockets, the Red Hot Rockets, and Amen Thompson. Pregame at 8 p.m., tip-off at 8:30 right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at JohnnyLondoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's TMA. Doug, welcome to the segment that many stations, television, radio, and otherwise, are now simulcasting because this is it. Anybody other than Buck Swope winning means the self-made stay-at-home Ladue Mom wins the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the month. It's time for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. It's January 30th, 2025.
It's exciting times. You see all the news trucks lined up out front. They're going to want interviews with everyone. I'm pressed for time.
You will not be available?
No, I will not be.
Action Jackson really got me thinking today. Do I judge Doug by 50 years of sportscasting and a pooper you can bounce a quarter off of?
Oh, wow. Strong start.
Or by the fact that he cannot pronounce Bengal? Do I judge Jackson by his question about trustworthy itemized SNL characters / baseball players? Or his superior intellect and deft production talent day in and day out? Do I judge Tim by conquering AM radio, FM HD radio, buying and selling broadcast operations, and multiple Marconi Awards? Or do I judge him by performing exceptionally well at every single moment on air? Thank you. That comes from Bingle Bangle Bungle.
Bingle, bangle, bungle.
A lot of strong points.
Happy Thursday, lads. Lots of chatter about history being made today. It's only fitting that it falls in the day Mike Jones made the tackle 25 years ago. Let us not forget the historic snowfall in 1982 on this date. Oh, you remember that, Doug? 25, or no, I guess that'd be 43 years ago today?
I think I was in Miami at that time. Wasn't too worried about you.
And, of course, the legendary Phil Collins was born on this date. What's your favorite Phil Collins?
There's so many of them.
In the air tonight?
Take a look at me now.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
against all odds. What about Separate Lives? Just gut-wrenching.
Doug, something
Just think about the maintenance and having to get an apartment somewhere. What it won't be remembered for is this foul-mouthed ladyboy from North Olivet winning the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Just because he/she can swipe her husband's credit card up and down the Galleria doesn't mean this strap hanger's worthy of wearing his crown. Make the right choice today. Make it Buck Swope's Day. That's from my cousin Vinny.
My cousin Vinny.
Wow. They do not want the self-made stay-at-home Ladue Mom to win this thing.
Misogynist.
Yeah,
every one of them.
I wonder if that's the deal here. Gentlemen, this is the program that gives you brain rot.
Yeah.
Penis enlargement and testosterone boost. Ours is the type that makes you feel like you belong to the community. We may berate Jackson, but he's our favorite pale communist Libby from his Jersey takes to hating puppies. Hey, you don't like dogs.
I don't hate puppies. I just never would.
Do you like them?
I would never own one. Or
you'd never own a puppy?
No shot.
Oh.
Ours is the program that loves the tickling look of Dougie Vaughn, the baby blues of Tim, and the fascinating drops played by the part-time chairman taking said producer's job. Gosh, it all makes sense why stroke count goes up during this program. Best, that's from Droid Effects.
Droid Effects. Okay.
My father had 3 general rules of thumb for us girls when we were growing up. Oh, another lady.
Nice.
Number 1, strokes are gained around the green.
It's true.
Number 2, if his family has money, say I do. And number 3, always practice safe backdoor play.
Oh.
That's why when David Freese hit his walk-off home run in Game 6 of the 2011 World Series, I was practicing safely with a Cadasco 4 in the duck room at Blueberry Hill while this Mills Brother covered band warbled in the background. The suds were heavy that night, which ultimately led to the greatest reward of all at brunch the next morning. The first ever Log Cabin Club ass baby?
Oh, no. No. That's not what we needed today.
LCC tries not to recognize it, but if you're teeing off on number 3, you will see a bench on the tee box donated to the great Scat Attack of 2011.
You will not.
I peaked that day. Since then, it's been nothing but trying to build a monogramming business, targeting the easily gettable whites and Ledoux. I need to get back to my roots. Will you help me get back there? Get back to being me? I am a bad girl, and I am testing things. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
I don't know.
Is that the email that makes history?
Some of it was vile. I was this close to suspending her without pay.
Why? Then you would be attacked for blocking history.
Yeah.
Well, this is the only person who really has the power to do it. If he doesn't win right here, the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom wins the month.
Okay.
And in Van, 2, 1. Hear ye, as I pen what Tim calls the most important email I'll ever write. To try and pull within one of a guy who emails in as a woman in a priceless competition that I've already won a dozen times. And for some reason, we're making a big deal about.
Keyword is priceless. You get nothing.
A guy emailing in as a woman.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know that.
All good points so far.
Unsubstantiated.
Being on the verge of winning Emailer of the Month, despite the fact that a guy emailing in is Ellen Foley won Emailer of the Year in 2022.
That is true.
But never mind that. Because we're desperate to fill time when the local teams aren't very good. And we no longer have a high-usage pervert. Doug, is that what they called? Like a reliever who gets too many innings?
He was logging shifts.
High-usage pervert to lean on like we did when we broadcast from a windowless closet next to the Pissa. Yeah. Sandy Hawkins, Doug, the Blues engaged in a mutual release. Not the creepy Wilmore Park bathroom kind, but the kind that frees up $4.5 million of cap space. Meanwhile, the Cardinals' lame duck GM, who for some reason is still handling trade negotiations despite being a terrible poker player, is failing in his remedial task of dumping payroll while Nolan Arenado's agents out there figuratively dry humping skanks at last call so his client doesn't have to face the music from his presentation back at spring training like Jordan wearing the 4-5. But I think the lead is that terminated Gen Z workers have nothing to hold their heads down about except the fact that they don't reply to texts in a timely fashion, and most of them are crack whores. Mm-hmm. Okay, gotta go now. I need to peruse the recently joined members of the TMA fan page to find this 30 to 99-year-old lass who FaceTimed Libby Jack in order to watch my video of older whites scrapping with Philip Russell's entourage at Chaifitz Arena. Doug, that comes from Buck Swope. That's what we have for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. What a scene setter from Swope for this moment in history.
It's hard for me to vote about someone who wrote about a scat attack. So I'm going to go with Buck Swope as your winner.
I gotta agree. When he's in a corner, he's dangerous. Buck Swope was the best today.
Has forced this thing in the final day of January. It didn't even get to Jackson.
History won't forget this.
You feel like there was wrongs committed.
It was self-made stay-at-home.
Oh, my goodness.
I would have
voted. Didn't get to me.
I got integrity, and I thought Buck was the best.
Hey, what about a scat attack?
I'm just saying.
Tomorrow at 10:50, Doug. What's it going to be like?
I don't know. I'm going to be thinking about getting my kitchen redone at Collier & Thompson. That's what most people should be thinking about instead of this silly email. Collier & Thompson is your go-to source for every design consideration. You know, it's hard to know who you can trust to be in your home. Will they be back there the next day? Are they going to be back on up their work when they do it? Collier & Thompson can answer yes to all that. They've been around since the 1950s, making St. Louis look better from the inside out. Doesn't matter the industry, really. We all know that customer service has dropped off at the restaurant server or your cell phone company, whatever. It's even the case in home remodeling. I was surprised to hear him tell me at Collier & Thompson the other day that they get a good many customers because their competitors don't even return the phone calls. They said that's really the way it's gone now. With Bob Strati and Carolyn Beard and the Collier & Thompson team, you never have to worry about that kind of thing or customer service at all. They are a company you can trust. They take pride in that and the work that they do because the work is just fantastic. Their people have more than 165 years of combined experience. So if you're looking to get your kitchen done, your basement remodeled, a master bedroom redone, this is the place to go. You go to Collier and Thompson. You're saying, where are they? Well, they're on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Collier and Thompson, come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
Time for us to go. For Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, Martin Kilcoyne, my brother Kevin, Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan, BK and Ferrari are up next. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel.